Chapter 1988. The sudden suspension of today's summit meeting was completely out of everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that the summit meeting would suddenly become a martial arts conference for the world's extraordinaries? But it didn't seem like a bad idea. Compared to scholarly meetings, they appeared to be in need of something more exciting. Would a worldwide live broadcast of a showdown between superpowers of different countries be more effective in triggering a surge of adrenaline in humans than any sports competition? Then let's call tomorrow's competition the Power Conference. It's simple and violent. In the world of the internet, it was unknown who first suggested it, but it quickly received countless people's approval. The name, Power Conference, quickly replaced the official description and became the topic of discussion. Power Conference. What the hell? They even made the odds. Aren't they afraid of losing everything they have? After returning to the hotel, the Crimson Blaze Tower Master snorted when he heard the news. He even felt that tomorrow's Power Conference was unnecessary. This was clearly something created by those people who had no hope of becoming a member of the board of directors. For a huge organization like the Magician Association, becoming a member of the board of directors was an established fact. The Magician Association didn't need to use martial arts to show off their strength. However, the Crimson Blaze Tower Master didn't object, and he was even interested, because finally I can give that scumbag Stella a good beating. In the hotel's fitness room, the Crimson Blaze Tower Master was training as if he was on steroids. As for why a mage like him was doing this kind of training, as long as he's happy. These were the Ice Tower Master's original words. As for what he thought of tomorrow's Power Conference, what can I think? The Ice Tower Master said indifferently, in tomorrow's competition, as long as the East Shinryu goes, it doesn't matter who goes. If the East Shinryu doesn't go, it doesn't matter who goes. So, the Ice Tower Master is saying that China might be the biggest winner this time because of the existence of the East Shinryu. The Ice Tower Master is saying that even you are afraid of the power of the East Shinryu. I didn't say that. This is fake news. Oh, right now, the Ice Tower Master was doing an interview with a famous media company of the European Union. In front of the camera behind the Ice Tower Master, through the glass behind the Ice Tower Master, people could see that the Scarlet Blaze Tower Master was wearing gym clothes and madly beating a sandbag. Fake news next. Similar interviews, like the one conducted by the Magician Association, were also conducted by various supernatural organizations. Of course, these interviews would be broadcasted on the local supernatural organizations, as long as the superhuman representatives were considered to be the national team. Then the local media would interview the national team. That was the general understanding. If you are more concerned about the situation of transcendence in other countries, welcome to the public channel. In a hotel suite, the TV screen was suddenly turned off with a remote control. At this time, Father Stella came out with a suitcase and slammed it in front of Wasco and Sister Lavinia. Here is 1 billion in cash. Everyone bet on me to win. You can also bet with me. You can win. This was indeed something that the Stella that Wasco knew since childhood would do. The old paladin subconsciously looked at the suitcase that fell open because of the excessive movement, and he couldn't help but frown. You ****. Is this Zimbabwe currency? What's the problem? Father Stella crossed his chest and snorted, saying arrogantly, If it's not enough, I will add 3 times more. Paladin Wasco instantly sighed, then shook his head and turned his face to the side. As for Sister Lavinia, she directly dragged Father Stella away. Wait, don't think that I won't hate you because you are a woman, Lavinia. Try touching me again. I will take you to Tokyo Hot's office for an interview. Lord, please, the violent voice came from inside. Wasco sighed again, then picked up the phone and asked the front desk to send some gauze, hemostatic medicine, and the like, and prepare to clean up. After that, Paladin Wasco decided to call the Pope, who was far away at the headquarters of the church, to discuss about the Power Conference. Mr. Gareth also called Her Majesty the Queen from his residence. However, Mr. Gareth had already made the third call, and the reply was that Her Majesty the Queen was walking her pet at the moment. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to be in a good mood today, and she was in good spirits. She was walking around the garden for the third time now. "Can't I answer the phone just because I'm walking my pet?" The sad Mr. Gareth almost smashed the phone. Finally, when the fourth call was made, Her Majesty the Queen responded. Her Majesty the Queen responded like this: "Participate well, show the style of Britain, the whole country will support you. Gareth, you are the pride of our Britain." Mr. Gareth said that he couldn't do it, and could he resign now? Her Majesty the Queen also said, "Gareth, you are being naughty again. I will set the alarm tomorrow to watch your performance on time. Good luck." Smash. In all honesty, this was really the first time Mr. Gareth had ever smashed Her Majesty the Queen's phone. In the end, Mr. Gareth had no choice but to pick up the high-quality phone. At this time, a text message came in. It was from Lancelot. The general idea was that she would be ordered to arrive at the City of Abstinence tonight. Mr. Gareth couldn't help but frown and muttered with some worry, "We are facing strong people from all over the world, and only Lancelot is sent as support. It is really... If Mr. Farrell can represent the night mechanism at this time to attend..." What was he thinking? No one knew where Farrell was at the moment. Mr. Gareth only felt that the future was bleak, so he decided to go to the hotel bar to get drunk. At this time, there was no one around him who could share his worries, and he could be called an orphan of this extraordinary summit. Lord Qingming, the cabinet, has just given instructions that in this martial arts conference, they will fully support us. No matter what, we must succeed in obtaining the qualifications for a seat on the board of directors. A man wearing a yin-yang Taoist robe was kneeling in front of the chessboard, playing Go by himself, and did not even respond to the speaker. Lord Qingming? The cabinet means they will lend the 3 divine artifacts. What era is it now? Still calling it 3 divine artifacts. In front of the chessboard, Lord Qingming shook her head and sighed. "Don't you feel ashamed? The 3 pieces of scrap metal in the shrine were all made by you." Lord Qingming. The speaker suddenly became excited. "Good book." Lord Qingming said indifferently, "I will get the qualifications for the board of directors. Now, please don't disturb me. You can go out first." Yes. All of them were quickly preparing strategies to deal with the sudden power conference that was being held all of a sudden. The world seemed to have ushered in a carnival of discussion. On the way home, Andy Wren sat in the interview car and was looking at another thing, the construction of the power conference venue. Let the world see what it means to be built in China. Andy Wren frowned, then shook her head. She felt that it was meaningless. This thing can be pulled out and made into a program alone. Some TV stations are really shameless for ratings. Hey, they directly dug out the mudstone mountains that besieged our city before and used them as materials. At this time, Rico took the phone from Ren Xiling's hand and watched the live broadcast of the martial arts conference. She said, "I think it's pretty good. Waste is reused. There's no waste at all." Auntie Ren looked out of the car window. "I still don't know how we are going to do the live broadcast tomorrow. These gods fight and move mountains and seas. It's too dangerous to film live." "Sister Ren, you also know it's dangerous?" Rico asked in surprise. "What are you thinking about?" Auntie Ren said angrily, "I'm only 30 years old. I still have a lot of youth." Rico smiled and tickled her. Old Q glanced at the 2 playing in the rearview mirror. He swallowed quietly and immediately asked, "Boss, are we going back to the company now?" "No." Annie Rin thought for a moment and said, "I want to go back and see Xiao Shi." "Wait, you should walk around and see if there are any clothes stores open. I want to buy some clothes for Xiao Shi first." "Got it." Xiao Shi. Long Shirua's private phone was almost blown up by the authority. In the end, Kelowna Shinryu, who was really annoyed, could only reluctantly answer the call. "Whoever wants to call can go ahead. I'm not interested." Lord Long, are you not feeling well? Why do I feel that your voice is a bit different, as if you're much younger? What's your name, what's your work number, and how many years have you been in authority? My name is Lu Zi. Everyone calls me Lu Zi. I've been in the authority for 3 years. In fact, at the annual meeting of the authority last year, I even talked to you, Lord Long. At that time, the one wearing white clothes was me. Oh, Lu Zi, you go back and find the old man. He will arrange for you to go to the 18th department. Just say that I asked you to go. That's it, don't call again. After hanging up, he turned off the phone and threw it directly on the sofa. Kelowna Shinryu picked up the watermelon again and dug with a spoon. At this time, the little butterfly monster who was mopping the floor curiously asked, Sister Long, what's the 18th department for? I seem to have heard you talking on the phone several times. You said to arrange for people to go to the 18th department? Kelowna Shinryu said casually, the 18th department is the department in charge of cleaning the toilets. It's used to take in those who offend me. Sister Long, raise your leg. The little butterfly monster had to say so. Kelowna Shinryu directly raised his leg and subconsciously looked around. He immediately nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, you're the professional in cleaning. Pianqian, are you interested in going to the authority? I can make you the director of the 18th department. So the big ferocious butterfly directly pasted the rag on Kelowna Shinryu's face, wiping and wiping. Sister Long, look at how dirty you are after eating the watermelon. Your face is covered with it. Kelowna Shinryu reacted and pretended to fight. Girls only had a few moves in a fight, but after all, they had a few moves. When Kelowna Shinryu was thinking about which move to use, she suddenly heard some noise outside the door. She frowned and rushed to the front of the door. She glanced at the doorway and saw Ren Xiling and the others standing outside the door. Kelowna Shinryu was shocked. She suddenly turned around and put her back close to the door, nervously looking at Luo dance. Sister Long, what's wrong? Sure. Xiaoxi gestured for him to keep quiet. Then, as if she had a guilty conscience, she started to roll her eyes. Outside the door, Annie Rin opened the old sliding door. When she was about to open the inner door, she found that the inner door seemed to be locked from the inside and couldn't be opened at all. Xiaoxi, are you inside? Ren Xiling knocked on the door and said, It's me. Sister Ren, we're back. Have you unlocked the door? Xiaoxi, can you hear me? I can hear you. Please wait a minute. I'll be right there, right now. No hurry. Auntie Rin answered with a puzzled face. Then she looked at old Q and Lizzie behind her and shrugged. I don't know what this child is doing inside. Maybe she's afraid? Lizzie was leaning against the door and eavesdropping, but was knocked on the head by Ren Xiling. The pitiful Lizzie held her head and said, It seems that there's someone inside. How could it be? Auntie Rin shook her head. At this moment, the inner door opened. The homeless girl Xiaoxi with a braid suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Xiaoxi was wearing an apron, yellow plastic gloves, and a mop in her hand. Her face was dirty. Xiaoxi? Ren Xiling looked at her in surprise and asked puzzledly, What are you doing? Xiaoxi shyly lowered her head and said, I don't think it's good to eat and live here for free, so I'm going to do something, just want to clean the house. Clean? Auntie Rin suddenly opened her mouth. She subconsciously looked into the house, only to see that the floor was as clean as new and the whole house was exuding a fragrant smell. This house had been uninhabited for a long time, so it had a musty smell. At this moment, it looked brand new. Did you do all this by yourself? Annie Ren's eyes lit up instantly. Xiaoxi nodded gently at this time, then immediately shrunk her shoulders and lowered her head. I was very careful. I didn't break anything in the house. You can rest assured. F***CK. Auntie Rin directly screamed at this time, and then under Xiaoxi's surprised gaze, she directly lifted Xiaoxi up. You're such a cute girl. With that, she put Xiaoxi down, then rushed into the house. She rubbed the table with her fingers, then looked at Lizzie and said, "Look." Lizzie looked carefully. "There's no dust at all. Look at you, don't you feel ashamed? You've lived in my house for so long. Don't mention sweeping the floor. You haven't even washed the clothes. What do I need you for?" Lizzie blinked her eyes crazily and acted cute. I can help you vent your energy?" "What are you talking about? Xiaoxi is just a child." Auntie Ren suddenly glared, then rushed out, pulled Lizzie's ear, and pulled her into the house. "Hey, I seem to smell watermelon," Lizzie suddenly muttered at this time. Chapter 1989. "By the way, Xiaoxi, have you had lunch?" "Yes, I have. Someone delivered some food at noon. He said that Big Sister had ordered it this morning." Ren Xiling nodded and then took out several sets of clothes she had bought on the way back. "Xiaoxi, try them on and see if they fit you. You didn't bring a change of clothes when you came out. Forget it. Don't think about the past. People should look forward to the future. Come on, let me put them on for you." With that said, Auntie Ren intended to lead Xiaoxi into the room to change clothes. I can do it myself." Xiaoxi quickly took the bag at this time, bowed her head and thanked her, then hurriedly ran into the room. Of course, it was the former boss Luo's room. "Oh, this child is shy." Auntie Rin suddenly smiled and didn't care. She immediately looked at Lizzie. "What are you doing?" Lizzie was lying under the table at this time, looking for something with her but up. Found it. Lizzie cried out in surprise at this time, then raised her palm. She was pinching something between her two fingers, a black thing. "What is this?" "Watermelon seed." Lizzie said at this time, "I said I smelled watermelon. I, the famous detective, Khaleesi Nan, the truth." "Then what does this mean?" Old Q asked subconsciously. Lizzie narrowed her eyes and said solemnly, "The case is solved. Xiaoxi secretly ate watermelon when we weren't here." "TSK. 2 Hey. Watermelon. Aren't you curious where she got the watermelon? It's very suspicious, okay?" Lizzie said angrily. Auntie Rin didn't care at all. What's so strange about it? Maybe it was sent by the boss of the bun shop downstairs. We're old neighbors and know each other well. Is it strange to send some fruits? Am I out of favor? Lizzie pointed at herself and asked pitifully. Annie Rin rolled her eyes and immediately took out 2 bills. "There are a lot of small shops downstairs. Buy whatever you want. You haven't eaten yet, so let's go." "Yes." Pear clapped her hands together and said respectfully, "Nyang nyang, little pair of bays." Inside the room, as soon as Xiaoxi entered, the dumbfounded butterfly monster stood up and said, "Long jia." Before Luo Dance finished her words, she asked Xiaoxi to cover her mouth. Xiaoxi also made a hush gesture. Thus, the little butterfly demon could only ask in an angry voice, "Sister Long, what should I do now?" "Climb out of the window. There's an anti-theft net. You can't climb out. Flush out the toilet." "Sister Long." "I'm just kidding." Little she smiled embarrassedly and then said, "It seems that there is no other way. You can only leave after they leave. But remember, during this period of time, you can only hide here and don't make a sound." The little butterfly monster made an okay gesture. "Xiaoxi, are you done yet? Open the door and let me see if the clothes fit." There was a knock on the door. "I'll be done soon. Right now, wait." "Xiao," she said, gritting her teeth and pulling the little butterfly monster to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe and stuffed the little butterfly monster into it. "You're lucky." Lucky? The little butterfly monster was very confused. But at this time, the true dragon of the godly land grabbed a handful of clothes and directly covered her body, and ordered, "Listen, don't come out of the wardrobe until I call for you. Do you remember? Or I'll send you to be the director of the 18th department." Later, when Xiaoxi walked out of the room in new clothes, Auntie Rin couldn't help commenting. However, Xiaoxi had lived in a very bad environment for a long time. Although she changed the clothes, the smell of dirt on her body was still quite strong. Anyway, There's nothing special in the afternoon. Auntie Rin ate the food bought by Li Zi and thought for a while. How about this, after lunch? I'll take you to the hairdresser downstairs to cut your hair. Look at your hair, it's messy. You haven't cut it for a long time. By the way, buy some daily necessities like towels and toothbrushes. It's not good to always use what we've used. No need. Xiao, she suddenly shook her head and then said timidly, I don't have money. Auntie Rin was overflowing with love at this moment. She only felt that this poor child had suffered a lot over the years. Her heart ached, and her eyes were red as she hugged Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, elder sister. It seemed that Old Q and Li Zi had nothing to do. Old Q was now hiding in the dining room obediently and eating rice. He said with a mouthful of rice, Li Zi, it seems that you've really fallen out of favor. You see, there's still some space in my house, and I just need one more person. I can eat a lot. Li Zi counted with her fingers seriously. I have to eat 50 yuan for breakfast, 100 yuan for lunch, and 60 yuan for afternoon tea. For dinner, it's a little more sumptuous, about 150 yuan. And at night, I have to eat a midnight snack, about 100 yuan, or I can't sleep. Old Q, can you support me? With a monthly salary of only 6,000 yuan. I don't deserve to have love. Old Q cried. Rub your head. Later, Old Q drove the interview car back to the company in disappointment and clocked out. As for Auntie Rin, she was already the boss's woman. If she didn't leave early, she would be unworthy of such a noble identity. So, she directly took Li Zi and Xiaoxi to the big shopping mall in the city. Originally, she wanted to buy some daily necessities for Xiaoxi, but Auntie Ren thought that she had suffered too much pressure these days. She felt unusually depressed, so she wanted to go shopping. That girl, Pianxian, should know that I slipped away, right? In the car, Xiaoxi, who didn't have a chance to go back to her room, secretly thought, but soon she forgot about it. The three women, 2 adults and 1 child, wandered on the street with milk tea. Sister, Rin, I want to go back to my home. Your home has been burned down. Why do you want to go back? Ren Xiling frowned. Besides, there are monsters outside. It's safer to stay in the city. Xiao, she said sadly, but if I don't go back, I won't have a home. In the future, wherever I am, there will be a home for you. Rin Xiling patted Xiaoxi's head. You don't have to feel burdened. If you meet a normal person, he or she will help you. It's just a coincidence that you met me. This is fate. Since it's here, you have to accept it. Xiaoxi, you're a good girl. I'm also very lucky to be by your side when you need help the most. But I don't want to bring trouble to others. Xiao, she shook her head. I can live alone. When I grow up, I can find a job and support myself. Auntie Ren's nose twitched again. At this time, Li Zi was taken out again. Look at her. She's such a self-reliant and independent child. Li Zi, look at you. What else can you do besides being a pet? I think it's the luckiest thing in my life that I can be your pet, Sister Ren. You're shameless. I don't want it any more. Li Zi's nose also turned red. Except for your home. Where else can I find a Miss Yi who can cook so well? Damn it, what did I do in my previous life? Auntie Rin sighed. In fact, she was used to fooling around with Li Zi, so she didn't feel anything. But at this time she realized that Xiaoxi was next to her, so she said, embarrassedly, Xiaoxi, don't mind it. We're always like this. The days of fooling around are not boring. We don't quarrel. Xiao, she nodded timidly, and then asked tentatively, that? Sister Li Zi just said, who is Miss Yi? Oh, her? Auntie Rin suddenly said proudly, she's my future daughter-in-law. Clap. What a waste. Li Zi screamed. The milk tea cup in Xiaoxi's hand was slightly distorted, and the milk tea flew high through the straw. She looked stiff at this time and quickly said, daughter-in-law. Yes, are you okay? Auntie Rin quickly took out a tissue to wipe. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so weird? Xiao, she quickly said. No, it's just that. I feel that, Sister Rin. You seem to be quite young. You're so young, and you already have that? Even Kolizinin couldn't find any fault with this reason. So she smiled and said, It's an adopted son. The son of Sister Ren's former husband. This relationship is quite complicated. You'll get used to it gradually. Xiao, she smiled embarrassedly and said, Sister Rin is so nice. Her son must be very nice too. Auntie Ren's nose was very high at this time. My son is the best in the world. Xiao Shi, I'll introduce you to him later. Okay. Xiaoxi smiled and replied, I also want to see what your son looks like. He already has a wife, so soon. Very good, very good. Not so soon, he's already in his 20s, Auntie Rin said casually. But Xiao Shi, you can't fall in love so soon. Girls should learn to protect themselves. There's so many scumbags in this world. With that, Auntie Ren's eyes turned and said teasingly, What a pity, Xiaoxi, if you grow up a few more years. You must be a great beauty. If my son doesn't already have a girlfriend, I want to take you as a child bride. Bah, who wants to be the wife of that profiteer? I don't want to talk to you any more. Sister Ren, you're making fun of me. Xiao, she suddenly lowered her head and rushed out. She ran very fast and disappeared in an instant. This child, isn't her face too tender? Ren Xiling immediately blamed herself with annoyance. My mouth? Lizzie, hurry up and find someone. This child is not familiar with life. Don't lose her. In the shopping mall, Xiao Shi quickly walked through the crowd and soon ran all the way to the rooftop of the shopping mall. She seemed to be looking for something and peeped around on the rooftop, but it seemed that she didn't find anything. At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. The true dragon of Zhou actually wants to be someone's child bride. TSK, this is big news. I've lived long enough to see it. I didn't live my life in vain. Long Shihua suddenly turned around and saw a little girl in a black dress sitting on the water tower behind her. When did you come back? It was Su Zijuan, who was sitting on top of the water tower. Su Zijuan sneered, then jumped down from the water tower and said with a smile, Not long after I arrived, I met a panicked owl outside. I was curious, so I caught it and asked a few questions. I didn't know if I didn't ask, but I was surprised when I asked. That damned owl. Long Shihua snorted and immediately frowned. Things are different from what you know and think. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. Su Zijuan snorted. Isn't it just for men? Old witch, you've fallen. I don't have time to bicker with you here. Shinryu of Kelowna frowned, then looked up and down at Su Zijuan, muttering, You came back so soon. Has the matter of the club been finished? The old turtle sent me a document of the club. Su Zijuan restrained herself. I killed my way up, but the club had already evacuated. In the end, I only killed a guy called the Fool. The Fool? Shinryu of Kelowna frowned. How's his strength? She had already read the information of the club that Xiang Lu had given to her in order to atone for his crime. So she knew that the Fool was the first seat of the club and his strength was unfathomable. Just SOSO, Su Zijuan said indifferently. Once I make a move, all the enemies will kneel down and beg for mercy. Don't be careless. This club is not as simple as you think. Shinryu of Kelowna frowned and thought for a while, then said, You said the club has been evacuated? Su Zijuan nodded. I have a list of 26 members of the club. At present, the 26 members are scattered all over the world, and it's impossible to find them in a short time. Then why did you come back this time? I came back for Gong Sun Shiyu. Su Zijuan frowned. This guy is not dead, and he is the son of the 26 members of the club. Gong Sun Shiyu has secretly joined the club for so many years, and I suspect that the Xianyuan Palace has been infiltrated by the club. Long Shihua looked at Su Zijuan with astonishment, and suddenly said, Don't you hate the Xianyuan royal family? Why do you suddenly care about them? Su Zijuan sneered. Who dares to rob the Shenyuan royal family before I lose all of them? You don't mean what you say. Long Shirua shook her head, and then thought for a while. Chichikamaya is temporarily living in my hospital. You can talk to him about this matter. Gong Senshiyu is the son, and it can't be solved in a short time. Since we don't know what arrangements Gong Senshiyu has in the Shenyuan palace these years, you'd better not alert him. Su Zijuan smiled. I'm not in a hurry now, because I found something more interesting. Long Shirua subconsciously asked, What's wrong? Kelowna's Shinryu even had an ominous feeling. The princess of the Shenyuan royal family said with a smile. Of course, it's the Kelowna's Shinryu, shamelessly acting cute, right? Am I right, Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi. F***CKU. They finally parted on bad terms. Kelowna's Shinryu slammed the door after saying those harsh words. She had been out for too long, so she didn't want to cause more trouble. Chapter 1990. At noon, the portal opened, and Miss Maid came back with a basket of vegetables. She said that these were produced by a farm in the next subworld, and it was just in time for the harvest season. Therefore, Miss Maid's industry had spread all over the subworlds. Boss Luo picked up an apple and took a bite. Not to mention, it was quite sweet and powdery. Master, did anything special happen? Yu Yi, who just came back, asked casually. There should be. Boss Luo smiled slightly. They seemed to want to hold a competition to determine the members of the Transcendent Association's board of directors. Competition. Miss Maid was thoughtful at this time. Generally speaking, the display of power requires more power. Boss Luo knew that Miss Maid had such an expression, and he already had an idea in his heart. What do you think? Yu Yi thought for a while and said, Generally speaking, the holder of extraordinary power can roughly judge the strength of the opponent, whether there is a chance or not. In fact, he already knows it in his heart. Those who insist on fighting probably do so because of their face. After all, there are so many eyes watching from behind. Boss Luo nodded and immediately said, What about you? Do you plan to do something? Miss Maid smiled and said, If possible, Master, please let me do it. I think I should be able to earn back the cost of this relocation. Boss Luo said indifferently, Isn't the income of King God's world enough? Miss Maid said, A single source of income will make the economy passive and fragile. Probably because I've been more lazy recently. Boss Luo smiled casually, then picked up an apple. Then I'll leave to you. I'll go out for a while and be back soon. Master, take care. City of Exclusion, in a community park in the Old City area. Mo Xiaofei was meeting with Zixing, the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan. Zixing took the initiative to meet him. The location was in this park in the community where Mo Xiaofei lived. You want me to represent your Greedy Wolf clan? Mo Xiaofei frowned. Purple Star's visit had already surprised Mo Xiaofei. As for her direct approach, it made Mo Xiaofei feel a little overwhelmed. I hope Lord Mo can agree. The Purple Star young master pleaded and even lowered his head. The Greedy Wolf clan warriors behind Purple Star also bowed respectfully at this time. Feeling the pressure, Mo Xiaofei opened his mouth and said helplessly, Can't we talk nicely? I'm not an adult. You are the Dragon Monarch's personal disciple. The Purple Star young master said seriously, Although my identity has not been disclosed to the public since I know, I should not be rude to Sir Momo. Xiaofei heaved a sigh of relief. Look at you. You're young and you're good in every aspect, but you're not so good in this aspect. You're inflexible and stubborn. Purple Star will remember Sir Mo's criticism. Mo Xiaofei had to shake his head. He immediately took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, Purple Star. I may not be able to help your Greedy Wolf clan this time. Purple Star did not seem to be too surprised. She just asked calmly, Is it because of Master Dragon Monarch? Has she given you an order? No. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. I haven't seen my master these days. She didn't say anything to me. It's just that I don't think it's good for me to fight for you. Purple Star, you see, in this power conference, my master will most likely appear to suppress the small fries. Since my master has already appeared, do you think it's appropriate for me, her disciple, to go up? If Master Dragon Monarch agrees, will Sir Emo still refuse? Purple Star asked abruptly. Emo Xiaofei was startled. He thought for a while and said, I know my master's character. She probably won't agree. I'm sorry, Purple Star. It's okay. Purple Star shook her head. Sir Emo has his own concerns. It's just that whether Sir Emo agrees or refuses, as the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, Purple Star has to give it a try. Then, I'm sorry to disturb you. Sir Emo, the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan, came quickly and left quite simply. Looking at this little figure, gradually leaving, Emo Xiaofei felt a little sorry. He accompanied Windchaser to the highlands and went deep into the Greedy Wolf clan. He also found out that the witch of the Greedy Wolf clan was chosen like this. She was bearing a heavy burden that she shouldn't have at her age. However, Emo Xiaofei knew that he needed to be clear about his position. As the disciple of Kelowna Shinryu, his sensitive identity was like agreeing to fight for the Greedy Wolf clan. It would probably bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to his master, right? He was keen on helping people, but after gradually maturing, he understood that he could not help people like this. At this moment, Emo Xiaofei's phone suddenly rang. He looked down and was a little surprised. Zhuifeng, why are you calling me? Brother, I sneaked out. I'm at the airport now. I'll be back in the evening. You, why didn't you stay in the temple to inherit? Why did you run out? To fight. Such a big thing happened. How can I stay out of it? Let's not talk about it first. I'll sneak into the luggage compartment first. Emo Xiaofei suddenly opened his mouth. He was thousands of miles away, so he naturally could not stop Zhuifeng's action at this time. Besides Zhuifeng, this child was excited at this moment. He probably would not listen to persuasion. Hey, you be careful. Don't be found out. I know. Brother, I won't talk about it anymore. See you later. Love you so much. Also, don't tell Purple Star that I sneaked out. Emo Xiaofei looked at the direction outside the city with a headache. A corner of the mudstone mountain outside the city had been hollowed out to pave the stage for tomorrow's power conference. Don't mess up. Emo Xiaofei couldn't help but murmur. He looked at the screen of the phone, silently. All the calls to Long Shirua these days flew to the voicemail. He didn't know what his master was doing these days. She must be busy with Kelowna and the complicated situation in the wrong world. Needless to say, Kelowna's identity as Shinryu had always been so great in Emo Xiaofei's heart. Emo Xiaofei couldn't help but clench his fist and think, as a disciple, I shouldn't trouble my master at this time. There was not even the slightest change in space, but there was an extra figure in the living room. Luochio's figure. In a flash, he had already come to the old house where he used to live. He wasn't in a hurry to do anything. He just casually looked at the things in this house. On the dining table and the coffee table, there were still some disposable tableware that hadn't been cleaned up yet. Boss Luo shook his head and immediately cleaned up the garbage. He didn't use any convenient ability, but just did these trivial things by himself. In fact, he hadn't come back to this place for a long time. The more memories a place was, the easier it seemed to be to forget. There was such a place which was obviously very close and just beside him. He only needed to spend some time to visit it, but the things were cleaned up quickly. He didn't deliberately hide his movements. Everything seemed casual and ordinary. Not long after, Luochio opened the door of his room. The room was actually clean, but the bed was a little messy at this time. For example, the quilt was rolled up like dried vegetables, and the pillow was wrinkled and placed in the middle of the bed. And there were also some things that were obviously women's clothes and the like. Of course, there was also the sound of heartbeat and breathing. It was very light, but in Boss Luo's ears it was so clear and nervous. He glanced at it, then reached for the door of the wardrobe and slowly opened it. In the wardrobe, there was a figure who used some clothes to cover her head, as if she was afraid of being discovered. In fact, she had already been discovered. "What are you doing here?" Boss Luo asked softly. She used the clothes to cover her head, and her trembling figure suddenly stopped. She flipped the clothes off her head and widened her eyes. "Boss!" In the wardrobe, the little butterfly monster had a trace of surprise and fright. There was another piece of clothing hanging on her shoulder, and it was the kind of close-fitting clothing that wasn't worn outside. Boss Luo now stretched out his hand and took it down from the shoulder of the little butterfly monster and said casually, "Come out, don't you feel bored?" Luo Dance gave a start and then stuttered. But Sister Long said, "First of all, no matter what Miss Long said before this is actually my room." Boss Luo said casually, "Come again, you should be able to distinguish whether you want to continue or not, right?" Ha ha ha. Luo Dance laughed foolishly and then climbed out of the wardrobe. After coming out, the little butterfly monster didn't dare to speak and quickly tidied up the messy wardrobe, so nimble as if it was done in the blink of an eye. Finally, probably because it was convenient, Luo Dance took the clothes in Boss Luo's hand and folded them, but soon she reacted, like a child who had done something wrong. She suddenly let out a soft cry. She only felt that the last piece of clothing in her hand was burning hot. She wanted to put it down, but she didn't dare to. In the end, she steeled her heart and put the folded clothing into the wardrobe. Then, she took a deep breath and closed the wardrobe. I didn't mean it." She lowered her head and said. Boss Luo glanced at her. His expressionless eyes suddenly softened and even chuckled. "The room is very clean. I haven't cleaned this room for a long time. Thank you." "You're welcome." The little butterfly monster suddenly raised her head. At this time, Boss Luo threw an apple to her. "You haven't had lunch, right? Can you eat fruits?" She caught it with both hands and held it in front of her chest. She nodded gently. "Now, I can eat fruits and some ordinary food, but I can't eat food with too much oil and salt. Eating too much will make my stomach uncomfortable. Come out." Boss Luo said indifferently, "Don't always stay here. And tidy up the things on the bed." With that, Boss Luo walked straight out of the room that originally belonged to him. Luo Dance, subconsciously, looked at the bed. The messy style was right. It was Sister Long style. It didn't take long for her to come out of the room, but she lowered her head and looked a little cautious. At this time, Boss Luo was looking for something in the cabinet in the living room. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, what are you looking for?" Boss Luo answered casually, "I remember there should be some honey here, which was sent by the neighbors when I lived here before. Well, I found it. That was the most common glass jar in the house. The honey had turned dark brown, and there was a thick layer of frost at the bottom." Boss Luo opened the lid. The person who sent it said it was authentic wild honey. You should be able to distinguish it. "It smells so good," the little butterfly monster answered subconsciously. Boss Luo directly put the jar in front of her. "Often." Luo Dance pursed her lips and then gently nodded. She directly dipped her finger into the honey and then put it into her mouth, sucking slowly. In an instant, an intoxicated expression bloomed on the face of the butterfly monster like a flower. "It's the taste of happiness." The little butterfly monster squinted her eyes and enjoyed it. "Do you like it?" "Yes." "Then I'll give it to you." Boss Luo said directly, "Take it as a reward for cleaning this house. If I'm not wrong, you may do similar things several times in the future." Luo Dance suddenly showed a stunned expression. Boss Luo smiled slightly. "I'm talking about Miss Long." The little butterfly monster had to show an embarrassed smile. Sure enough, nothing could be hidden from the boss. He actually knew everything. "Boss, can I ask you something?" Luo Dance suddenly asked. "What's the matter?" Luo Dance thought for a while and asked seriously, "Boss, do you like Sister Long?" Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously at this time, "Why do you ask this question?" Luo Dance thought for a while and said, "Because I recently saw Sister Long calling your name when she was sleeping. I heard that if a person calls another person's name even in his dreams, it means that he or she either likes or hates that person. I know Sister Long. She never takes the initiative to hate someone, although her mouth is very mean. But what kind of answer do you want to hear from me?" Boss Luo asked like this. Luo Dance opened her mouth, but suddenly lowered her head. I seem to have asked something that I shouldn't have asked. If I say that I like Miss Long because I like her soul very much, and even want to take her soul away," Luocha whispered at this time, "then will you hate me?" She looked up at him subconsciously, and her eyes had become panicked. She was in a daze, and tears fell down silently. She tried hard to wipe them, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wipe them away, and the more tears she shed, the more tears she shed. "I don't know," she sobbed. I don't know how to hate you, boss. What's wrong with me? You seem to have forgotten one thing." Boss Luo said like this. "As long as the customer doesn't take the initiative, we can't take away the customer's soul. I like it very much, but as the boss of this shop, I'm not so incompetent that I have to take the soul to survive." "No, boss. Boss, you will survive." Luo Dance blurted out, "You will." Boss Luo laughed and shook his head. "Aren't you hungry?" Hungry. Hashtag PS1. Thank you, Boss Wudong, for you yes cuteness. Kneel down to welcome the capitalist boss. PS2. I seem to, my body is gradually turning into the shape of a wudong. Lie down. PS3. 0 to 1, as usual. Chapter 1991. Little Butterfly Monster was the type that could be easily satisfied. A ray of sunshine in the morning. A stray cat that had not been seen for a few days came back, or a sparrow on a telephone pole. Those things that often slipped away without paying attention in life were always able to show a glass-like brilliance in her eyes. If you have no choice but to take away Sister Long's soul, I will do business with you, as long as I can buy Sister Long's soul back. Let's not talk about whether she could afford it or not." Boss Luo asked curiously at this time, "Why do you think that I did it because I had no other choice and not because I might have planned to do it?" Luo Dance gave a start, saying subconsciously, "Isn't that the case?" Boss Luo looked at her. She thought so without any doubt. Yes, she always thought so. This was probably the reason why he liked Luo Dance from the bottom of his heart every time he saw her. It was a very pure liking, just like those who liked white. Those who liked to sit on the bus and watch the scenery of the city, liked to take the bus at sunset. "Miss Dance, you have a special quality that can make people unconsciously forget their troubles." Boss Luo smiled. "It's a very rare, special quality." Is it? Your smile can make people feel relaxed." Boss Luo reached out, but didn't touch her lips. It can also wash away people's fatigue. It's a very precious thing. The little butterfly monster blinked and said hesitantly, "Boss, do you like my soul too, like how you like Sister Long?" He said frankly, more or less. Little butterfly monster was not surprised, but anxious. Oh no. I'm in trouble. If you want to take away my soul, then no one will be able to buy it for me. Sister Long will definitely not buy it. She scolded me every day recently and even wanted to drive me to the 18th Bureau to be the director. 18th Bureau? It's the place that Sister Long uses to deal with the agents who offend her. Little butterfly monster said seriously, "It's the department responsible for cleaning toilets." For some reason, Boss Luo covered his mouth and smiled. It wasn't the slight smile that hung on his lips out of habit, but the kind of smile that ordinary people couldn't help but laugh at. "I'm telling the truth," the butterfly demon said with a frightened expression. "I also believe that what you said is true." Boss Luo exhaled slowly and put away the normal expression on his face. "I also believe that Miss Long would do such a thing." Sometimes Miss Long's personality is indeed a little bad. Yes, yes. He didn't even bathe or wash his hair all day. You stay in your room and play games all day long. The little butterfly monster began to criticize. You don't even know how to change your clothes for days. If I wanted to take your soul, the first person to rush over would also be her. Luocio quietly listened to her scolding. It was a terrible thing that one wouldn't know if they weren't really familiar with a person. Then use your smile in exchange, Luocio suddenly said softly. Luo Dance couldn't help being stunned. My smile. From now on, your smile only belongs to me. Boss Luo nodded slightly. For this, I promise that I won't take your soul away in the future, and no one will take your soul away. Even, no matter what kind of deal you will make with me in the future, I'll exclude your soul from the options and replace it with something else. How about that? But I'll also smile to others, won't I? Luo Dance said subconsciously, and then said with distress, Then I'll try hard. If others make me smile, I'll hold it back. But what if I can't hold it back? If the owner of the shop really wanted to take away a person's smile, then that person would naturally not have a smile from now on. Boss Luo said softly, As long as you're happy every time you see me, I won't forbid you from doing other things. As long as you share some of your happiness with me every time you see me, it will be fine. That's it. The butterfly demon was pleasantly surprised. It's very simple. No problem. This was not a simple thing. Perhaps only for you it was simple that you could do it. Have you thought it through? Boss Luo said softly. If so, it's settled. I'm ready. The butterfly demon took a deep breath at this time and then solemnly stretched out her palm. What are you ready for? Boss Luo asked curiously. Luo Dance blinked her eyes. To sign a contract? Isn't it always like this? Boss, you also signed a contract when you helped me break out of the cocoon last time, right? No need this time. Boss Luo smiled again and then said mysteriously, This is a private agreement, a secret agreement between you and me. Just take it as I'm doing this behind the shop's back so you can't let others know, understand? I won't tell anyone. Luo Dance immediately covered her mouth and said with a whimper, Even if Sister Long throws me to the 18th Bureau, I won't tell anyone. Looking at her nervous appearance at this time, Boss Luo suddenly opened his hand, and a key appeared in his palm. If you have time, help me look after this house. I won't come here recently. It'll be more convenient for you to go in and out. Oh, she subconsciously took the key. Boss, don't worry, I'll come here often. Boss? There was no one in front of her. Luo Dance held the key and stood there for a long time. Then she found a string and put the key on, hanging it around her neck and keeping it close to her body. Oh, I let Sister Long smile at the boss more often. The butterfly demon had a flash of inspiration at this time. Witty. When Boss Luo came back, there were some dishes on the table, and the servant girl was holding a dessert in her hand. The timing seemed to be very accurate. Master, you seem to have encountered something happy. She easily noticed the smile at the corner of his mouth. Did you meet Miss Dance? Psyche, Boss Luo suddenly said. The servant girl was stunned and thought for a while. Psyche, the goddess of soul in the Roman pantheon? Boss Luo said casually, It's said that in the hearts of ancient Romans, when a person dies, his soul will fly away from his lips and turn into the shape of a butterfly, and this butterfly's name is Psyche. The servant girl smiled slightly. I only know that Psyche was later given immortality and eternal life by Zeus. Eternal smile. Boss Luo muttered to himself. Every time a smile flies out from the lips, it's a pleasant soul ode. Isn't it good? Very good. The servant girl had no objection, and her mood became happier with the smile of the boss. Administration, temporary command center, advisor's office. The list of those who intend to participate in tomorrow's power conference has been listed, and basically all of them have signed up. There are no accidents. The rest of the delegations who haven't signed up will probably not be considered. Their level is also there, and they know in their hearts. Power conference. Fire cloud, evil god frowned subconsciously. It's called that outside, so is there a problem? No. Fire cloud, evil god couldn't help but shake his head. The name in his mind was actually the First World Martial Arts Conference. At this time, in addition to Fire Cloud Evil God, there were several subordinates in the office. As for Tu Kai, he sat silently in the corner, wiping the silver spear in his hand. Looking at the freshly made list in his hand, Fire Cloud Evil God nodded. Then we'll follow this list. Advisor, what's the matter? Isn't it a bit too rash to suddenly hold this power conference this time? The subordinate said worriedly. Plus, it has only been 2 days since Gong Sun Shiyu's attack. There are still remnants of him outside. If we hold this competition outside the City of Forbidden like this, what if we give the enemy a chance to take advantage of us? What? You think that with all the top transcendents in the world here, we'll still give the enemy an opportunity? Fire Cloud Evil God snorted coldly. The City of Exclusion is the City of Exclusion. Outside of the City of Exclusion, it's another matter. That's right, as long as we can use transcendence. The subordinate nodded, originally wanting to say that the advisor was fearless, but on second thought he thought of the terrifying 10 minutes in black and directly swallowed his words back into his stomach. 10 minutes in black had become a taboo topic in the transcendence world. As if it had never happened, everyone had a tacit understanding not to take the initiative to mention it, as if that mysterious god had never appeared at all. The transcendents were trying their best to protect that shred of pitiful self-esteem that had already been shattered. Probably, as long as I forget fast enough, I won't remember it. On Yen Xiaoxi's side, any new discoveries? Fire Cloud, Evil God asked. The search team sent by the capital has already started a carpet search at the accident site, the subordinate quickly replied. But they haven't found any traces of Section Chief Yen. As for Jiangzhua, he has been sent back to the headquarters, and under Madame Tao's treatment, his injuries have already recovered, but he hasn't woken up yet. Madame Tao said that Jiangzhua's spirit has been greatly damaged. Madame Tao can't do anything about it. She can only wait for him to wake up on his own. Even if it's a healing ability that can almost bring the dead back to life, it doesn't seem to be omnipotent. Fire Cloud, Evil God, shook his head. All right, you all can leave first. As for Xiaoxi's matter, inform me immediately if there are any new developments. Okay. After his subordinates left, Tu Kai suddenly looked over at him. Master, for tomorrow's competition, I want to fight. Why? I need to fight to improve myself. Tu Kai said directly. You said that I'm the strongest among the younger generation. But when I met Gong Sun Shiyu, I realized that you've been lying to me all this time. When I said that it was more than 10 years ago, okay? Fire Cloud, Evil God, said angrily. I don't care. I want to fight. Tu Kai stabbed his spear into the ground. You only fight when I can't win. Tu Kai, you've learned bad things. Fire Cloud, Evil God, couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid tomorrow's competition won't be as simple as you think. This competition is for the right to speak in the future Transcendent Association. And it won't just be the people on the list who came to participate in this meeting. Master, what do you mean? Let's not talk about other things. Do you think the Magician Association only has 2 Tower Masters? Fire Cloud, Evil God, said slowly, the legendary number 1 in the inhuman domain. How strong is still a mystery to this day. Do you think the legendary number 1 Tower Master won't appear? There's also the church, this behemoth. How many unknown people are hidden in it? Tu Kai frowned. Shinryu, now it seems like that lord doesn't plan to participate. Fire Cloud, Evil God, shook his head. Or rather, if no one forced her, there's a high chance that she won't even show up. Besides, even if Shinryu joins the competition, it's meaningless. Something like the board of directors isn't allocated to a certain force, and this association won't be able to make it happen. You should know that if this transcendent association can't make it happen, what we'll have to face is probably a worldwide competition between transcendents. This isn't something that anyone would like to see. Boring. Tu Kai shook his head. Fire Cloud, evil god, said indifferently, this isn't a competition to be the strongest. This is just a chance for those transcendents who already have the right to be on the board of directors to shut the mouths of the world. All right, you don't have to worry about tomorrow's competition. Instead, I have something that I need you to do personally. What is it? I want you to make a trip to the desert and find someone. Fire Cloud, evil god, said seriously, go and find this person, but don't let anyone know your whereabouts. Find who? Tu Kai couldn't help but frown. Mr. Blind, Qing Xiazi, Fire Cloud, evil god, said slowly. That's not the cotton clothes paths. Tu Kai couldn't help but be shocked. Then, as if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up. Master, are you planning to ask Qing Xiazi to divine Junior Brother's whereabouts? That's only one of the reasons. Fire Cloud, evil god, said in a deep voice, but there's something more important. When you arrive, Qing Xiazi will tell you what to do next. Don't ask too much. Just do as he says. All right, I'll make a trip. Tu Kai nodded, then walked in front of Fire Cloud, evil god, and opened his palm. What's this for? Fire Cloud, evil god, couldn't help but be stunned. Travel expenses. Tu Kai said directly, if you don't give me travel expenses, how can I go? In the end, Fire Cloud, evil god, reluctantly took out a bank card. Save some money? Then Xiaoxi, you'll stay here tonight by yourself. You've saved my number in your new phone, so call me if you need anything. In the evening, Auntie Rin and Lizzie safely sent Xiaoxi back to the old house. Originally, Auntie Ren had planned to stay with her for one more night, but tomorrow's power conference would be too far away if they set off from the old house. It's okay, Sister Rin. Don't worry, I'll be fine by myself. Xiaoxi nodded. Auntie Rin didn't stay for too long. Xiaoxi, this child, could survive in that terrible place alone for so many years, so her ability to survive was naturally unquestionable. Goodbye, Sister Rin. Goodbye, Sister Lizzie. Goodbye. Whoosh! Finally, the two women were sent away. As soon as Xiaoxi, Kelowna Shinryu, closed the door, she took off her shoes, kicked them away, took off her socks, and threw them aside. Then, she collapsed on the sofa like a salted fish, staring blankly at the ceiling. Pianqian, Pianqian, have you left? If you haven't, squeak. Damn girl, have you left or not? After calling weakly for a while, there was no response. Kelowna Shinryu muttered, this girl seems to have gone back. Well, it's quiet. At this moment, the sound of the door opening suddenly came from outside. Kelowna Shinryu shuddered, thinking that Ren Xiling and Lizzie suddenly came back. She immediately picked up the socks that flew out and ran to the entrance before the door was opened, intending to put the shoes away. She couldn't let Xiaoxi's image collapse. Otherwise, her efforts for a whole day and night would be in vain. But it seemed that she couldn't make it in time. Sister Long, what are you doing? Oh, I saw that the shoe cabinet is a little dirty, so I want to clean it. No, why are you here? Kelowna Shinryu, who squatted in front of the shoe cabinet, raised her head, subconsciously, seeing that it was Luo Dance who opened the door and came in. At this moment, the little butterfly monster even carried 2 big shopping bags in her hands. I just went to buy some things, Luo Dance said as she put down the things. Then she took out the key from the door lock and hung it around her neck. Since you're going to stay here, I'm going to buy you some snacks. I'm afraid that you'll be hungry when you play games at night. And I went back to the hospital to bring some clothes for you. Oh, okay. Kelowna Shinryu nodded, then immediately widened her eyes. No, what's that hanging around your neck? The key. Of course I know it's the key. Long Shua directly pinched Luo Dance's cheeks. I'm asking you, where did you get the key? The boss gave it to me. Damn you, you even have the key to the house. Kelowna Shinryu roared like a dragon at this time. You lied to me that you just passed by downstairs. Let's break up. You're doomed. I don't know you. Zhongshan Butterfly, who is full of lies. It's not like that, Sister Long. Listen to me. I don't want to listen. Xiaoxi shouted at this time. Come on. Shinryu's secret skill. Real 48 hands of the dragon. Again. Luo Dance exclaimed at this time, and then instantly softened. Hashtag PS 1/1. Chapter 1992. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the boss next time you see him. Little butterfly monster tidied up her clothes with grievance. Her gaze made Xiaoxi feel as if she had just done a heinous thing. It's just Dragon Claw. It's not like I haven't used it before. I know what I'm doing, okay? So, Shinryu of Kelowna pretended nothing had happened. She coughed twice and said directly, Did the profiteer leave the key to you? Did he say anything else? She couldn't talk about the agreement with the boss. Luo Dance thought for a while and said, Nothing, we just chatted casually. Really? Shinryu of Kelowna glanced at her suspiciously. She couldn't understand what Luo Dance was talking about. After pondering for a while, she frowned. Didn't he mention me? Yes. What did he say? Shinryu of Kelowna immediately snorted. Needless to say, he didn't say anything good about me. Humph. Nothing. Luo Dance thought for a while and said, But Sister Long, you can smile more when you see the boss in the future. Smile? Long Shiroa was stunned subconsciously. The little butterfly demon said seriously, That's right. Sister Long, you always keep a straight face every time you see the boss. You can't do that. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to like someone who keeps a straight face all day. You wouldn't be able to like someone either. Bah, who wants him to like me? Xiaoxi snorted, I'm just like this. Don't look at me if you don't like me. Little butterfly monster sighed. Well, Sister Long, I'm going back to the hospital. Are you staying here tonight? Go. Xiaoxi hurriedly waved her hand to drive her away. I won't go back these days. You don't have to come up. Call me if you need anything. Then I'm going back. Kelowna's Shinryu didn't see him out. He sat on the sofa for a while before shaking his head and walking into the bathroom with his clothes. Smile? Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but frown. Then, she suddenly stretched out 2 fingers and forced her lips into an arc, seemingly dissatisfied. She frowned and changed to using 2 fingers of her right hand to lift the 2 corners of her mouth. TSK. She finally rolled her eyes at herself. Boring. Ever since the morning summit meeting was suddenly suspended and the news of the power conference being held was released, many transcendent organizations had chosen to leave the Forbidden City. The reason was the same. Most of the transcendent delegates had been in the City of Exclusion for quite some time. The shortest was 3 to 5 days, while the longest was 8 to 10 days. During this period, they would not be able to use their supernatural powers at all. But with the power conference suddenly being held, they needed to activate their powers and recover their sense of touch. Damn it, we were the ones who came to this place first. So why should we be asked to leave? There's an abandoned quarry next door. It's very empty. You can go there. That place is not conducive to our battle strategy. It's an ownerless place. Let the capable ones live there. Do you want to fight? Come on, let's fight. It's a good opportunity to practice. Bang, 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 bang. In the suburbs, there would occasionally be loud noises, and then the earth would shake slightly. Of course, it wasn't too out of the ordinary. The chosen place was also a sparsely populated suburb. Of course, such incidents were relatively rare. Most people tacitly chose to stay away from each other. At this moment, there was a group that was following the river of the City of Abstinence all the way to a flat beach. Let's do it here. The water vapor is more beneficial to us. Let's try to collect more water energy before tomorrow. This was a team that came from a small country in the far north. They worshipped the elemental powers of nature: earth, fire, water, and wind, and this time, the team that represented them were all envoys that used the power of water. They also planned to participate in the power conference tomorrow. Even though they knew that the results would not be good if they did not participate in the competition, when the World Extraordinary Association was established in the future, the extraordinary in this country would only be a small part of the extraordinary society. There seems to be someone there. At this moment, one of the envoys looked at the forest beside the beach. He could vaguely feel that there seemed to be a black shadow in the forest. "Let's go and take a look. It might be another team," the leader said with a solemn expression. After that, this team of envoys carefully approached the place where the black shadow was found under the leadership of the leader. The moment they stepped into the forest, the team of envoys instantly felt as if they had stepped into a fairy tale forest where a terrifying witch was hidden. Their surroundings had become much darker, and the sound had been cut off to the point where it was almost inaudible. They could even hear each other's heartbeats clearly. The tense atmosphere wrapped around everyone's hearts. The leader knew that something was wrong. At this moment, he took out a fist-sized crystal ball and held it tightly. The crystal ball released a blue light at this moment. At the same time, traces of water vapor began to quickly wrap around the leader. In the blink of an eye, it gathered into flowing water. At this moment, in the depths of the forest, a flame suddenly appeared. "Humph!" Pretending to be mysterious, the leader snorted and directly commanded the water around him to turn into a huge anaconda and pounced forward. However, the moment this huge anaconda pounced on the flame, it directly dispersed into the original water vapor and disappeared in an instant. The leader knew that something was wrong, but at this moment his companion exclaimed, "There's someone here!" There was indeed someone here. At this moment, the leader also saw clearly that in the depths of the forest, there was a guy wearing a black robe. Moreover, this black-robed person was even sitting down. In the depths of the dark forest, there was a mysterious guy wearing a black robe and a black hat that covered most of her face. Only through her chin and lips could one see that she seemed to be a female. She just sat here and placed a long table covered with a black tablecloth. There were 2 3-pronged candlesticks on the left and right sides of the table. She was like a fortune-teller in a fortune-telling house. Mysterious. "Who are you?" The leader asked directly at this time, and even prepared to attack again. "I'm someone who's here to help you." The black-robed person spoke slowly. It was a pleasant female voice. Just from the voice alone, she didn't look old. "Help us." The leader couldn't help but frown. At this moment, the black-robed person smiled slightly and said, "Don't you want to stand out in the power conference tomorrow? Let the world remember you and remember your beliefs." At this moment, the leader's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. In the depths of the forest, the female black-robed person's voice seemed to have a special magic, which made people want to continue listening. "What can you help me with?" At this moment, the female black-robed person wiped the table covered with a black cloth. In an instant, 5 crystal-clear bottles appeared on the table, as if they were corresponding to the 5 people of this small team. In the crystal bottles, there was some glittering liquid like the starry sky. "This potion, I named it God's Tear." The female black-robed person smiled and said, "It has the effect of allowing people to exert 3 times their own strength for 15 minutes. It can be stacked up to 3 times, and there are no side effects." "What did you say? Stacking?" The leader opened his mouth and said subconsciously, "Are you sure it's stacking, not stacking? And there are no side effects? How is that possible? It's stacking." The female black-robed person said indifferently, 3 by 3 by 3. 27 times. The leader suddenly sneered and said coldly, "Although we haven't figured out who you are and what your purpose is, but we look like we're easy to tease." "Wait, this mark, is it?" A messenger behind the leader suddenly exclaimed at this moment. Ignoring the leader's surprise, He walked directly to the black cloth table and excitedly picked up one of the bottles to observe it carefully. That's right. It must be right. This is the inherent beauty of the pansy. Are you the master of the pansy? Pansy! The leader was stunned at first, and then he said in disbelief, one of the only 3 legendary pharmacists in the world recognized by the Magician Association. Which? The female black-robed person didn't respond. She just sat quietly. Wait, it's just a mark. The leader of the small team shook his head at this moment. It's not believable. Besides, it's very easy to forge a mark. It's not easy at all. It's even impossible. Unexpectedly, the team member holding the crystal bottle said excitedly, You don't know the origin of the pansy flower mark, so you don't know that this mark can't be forged. Can't be forged? The team member said seriously, Legend has it that the legendary witch refined a mysterious secret medicine that can prevent anyone from using the pansy flower mark by any means, and it can strip this mark from the mind of any forger. At first, no one believed this, but later, hundreds and thousands of pharmacists used their own experiences to verify this matter. No matter who it was, no one could engrave the pansy flower on the secret medicine bottle. Even if it was forcibly engraved, the bottle would directly explode. Therefore, the secret medicine of the pansy can be sold at a sky-high price in the black market. It's not only because of the effect of the secret medicine, but more importantly, its unique collection value. Therefore, even if this person isn't the real master of the pansy, these bottles of secret medicine must be made by the master of the pansy. This team member was very excited at this moment. His lips were trembling. However, the team leader's frown deepened. There was even a trace of greed in his heart. However, this mysterious encounter quickly woke him up. Although the anaconda he summoned wasn't a unique skill, it wasn't a weak skill either. However, it was easily dispersed. The opponent's ability was probably not weak. The team leader took a deep breath and threw away the trace of greed in his mind, slowly saying, There's no free lunch in the world. Since you took out such a precious secret medicine, I'm afraid it's not just to help, right? A bottle of medicine, 30 years of life, the female black-robed person said indifferently. If you want it, take it away. 30 years of life? The team leader and everyone else couldn't help but be startled at this moment. The knowledgeable team member thought for a while and said, It's said that the master of the pansy's whereabouts are uncertain, and his requirements for refining secret medicine have always been strange. There is indeed a saying that he has to pay with his life. However, I've always been curious. Even if someone is willing to pay with his life to get the secret medicine, how can he take away the life and how accurate can he be? The female, black-robed person said indifferently, If you can understand it, then the person sitting here may be you. How to take it away is my business. Whether to buy it or not is your business. You only have 3 minutes to think about it. After 3 minutes, I'll leave and find other buyers. I don't have to buy it for you. It's just that I'm passing by here and I'm too lazy to find other buyers. The knowledgeable team member didn't speak at all. However, the team leader sneered at this moment. Even if this is the legendary secret medicine of the pansy, or even if you're the master of the pansy, it's fine. However, we don't know whether this so-called secret medicine has the real effect, as you said. Your Excellency, this isn't the price, right? There are 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. The female, black-robed person suddenly took out a pocket watch and looked at it. Everyone frowned at once. However, time passed little by little, and no one spoke. 3 minutes passed quickly. The female, black-robed person didn't say anything at this time. She just waved her hand and took back 5 bottles of the secret medicine, including the bottle held by the knowledgeable team member. Only 3 minutes. She'll leave after the time is up? Seeing the black cloth table turn into black mist and gradually dissipate, and the figure of the black-robed woman gradually faded away, the team leader suddenly gritted his teeth and blurted out, Wait a minute! The figure instantly solidified, and the female black-robed person said indifferently, "Do you want to buy it?" "I want to test it." The team leader gritted his teeth and said, "If the goods match, we'll buy all of them." If these 5 bottles of Tear of God were really like what they said and could increase one's strength by 3 times, and he could use 3 bottles at most, and the stacking effect didn't even have any side effects, even if he didn't use it in the strength competition, it would still be a godly item to save his life. "Okay," the female black-robed person said indifferently, "you can test it after paying the price of the first bottle of God's tears." "I mean, I'll test it first. If it's true, I'll buy it. Goodbye." The figure of the female black-robed person faded away again. Wait a minute. Wait a minute." The knowledgeable team member hurriedly shouted, "I'll buy it. I'll buy it." The figure of the female black-robed person that was about to disappear instantly reappeared, and at the same time, a bottle emitting azure light directly appeared in front of the knowledgeable team member. But at the same time, the body of this knowledgeable team member instantly aged. He originally looked like he was in his 20s or 30s, but now he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with wrinkles on his face. The moment the bottle of secret medicine entered his hand, the female black-robed person also disappeared. This time, she really disappeared. Everyone was shocked, and the team leader even said in horror, "You're crazy." "I'm not crazy. You really don't know the value of the secret medicine of Pansy." The knowledgeable team member held the bottle tightly. No matter what kind of medicine it is, it can be sold in the black market for enough wealth to make up for the loss of 30 years of life. It's not a loss. The team leader didn't feel good. If it weren't for the fact that this team member was his trusted subordinate who had followed him for many years, F***CK, he would have thought that this team member was an accomplice. Damn it! Did she really take away 30 years of your life? The team leader pulled the team member over at this time and sized him up from head to toe. At this time, this trusted team member suddenly gritted his teeth and opened the bottle of secret medicine. Then he carefully wiped the medicine on his fingertips, just a little wet, and directly put it into his mouth. How is it? Everyone watched nervously. In an instant, a terrifying water power directly erupted from this team member's body. This explosive power directly surpassed that of the team leader. At this time, a huge water dragon condensed behind this team member. Everyone gradually felt the huge pressure of this huge water dragon. However, this huge water dragon, just as it formed, completely disappeared in the next moment. This knowledgeable team member's powerful fluctuation of power also rapidly decreased. "It's true!" The team leader suddenly shivered and screamed, "Go and find her! She should still be nearby. We must hurry and get all of them before others buy them." End of this chapter. Chapter 1993. The situation was like this. In a large area of the suburbs, all the transcendent delegations seemed to have quietened down. They seemed to be looking for something. But if you asked them what they were looking for, they would usually give some nonsensical reasons. For example, something like they had lost their godly item, the rubber ring, or the dragon had stolen their home and they had to move their base. Some even said that it was because the mobile phone signal was too bad and that the brand of the mobile phone was a piece of trash. Some even said something like, "I'm here to take a video." All right, as long as it doesn't cause any particularly troublesome trouble, the Shenzhou Administration Bureau, which is monitoring outside, simply won't look for trouble. This strange phenomenon lasted until the evening before it gradually disappeared. Those transcendent delegations seemed to have returned to their original place of hunting. It was just that such a move would inevitably result in a clash between the two parties. At this time, a small team from the Native Americans met with a group of black Uncle Wizards. But nothing unpleasant happened. Not only did they greet each other cordially, they even added each other as friends. I'll let you guys be proud for a while. Don't let me see you guys tomorrow, or I'll make you kneel down and call me Daddy. These 3 bottles of Tear of God are enough for us to reach the top. I'll let you guys be proud for a while. Don't let me see you guys tomorrow, or I'll make you kneel down and call me Daddy. With these bottles of Tear of God. Smiling proudly, the small team from the Native Americans and the Black Uncle Wizards reluctantly said goodbye to each other. Do your best tomorrow. Friendship first, competition second. You guys too. I'm also looking forward to the scenery of the prairie. Do your best. Hug. Pooh. Damn it, we can't find it anywhere. No, we must find it before tomorrow. There seemed to be a team of water messengers. Even in the evening, they were still wandering around the temporary base of various transcendent organizations in the suburbs. They didn't take the initiative to approach and only observed from afar. Their actions were very suspicious and even attracted the hostility of many teams. Everyone was preparing in full swing. Boss Luo took a nap. When Miss Maid came back from harvesting a batch of chives, he just woke up. Then he received the notification that the money had been transferred. Alters received. 8820 years. So many. Boss Luo curiously looked at the servant girl who acted as if nothing had happened. How did you do it? In fact, because they were all high-quality life years, after deducting the cost of moving, there should still be a lot of life years left. It's almost dinner time. I have to prepare dinner for the master. Otherwise, it should be more than 10,000 yuan. The servant girl smiled and said, but it's enough. Boss Luo couldn't help but ask curiously, this God's Tear seems similar to the God's Tear from the Michael Club? It's the complete version of Heaven's Tears. Miss Maid said the formula of the secret medicine was sold at that time. Because of the price, some important raw materials were cut and simplified. Boss Luo nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, God's Tear, is it really the tear of God? How can it be? Miss Maid shook her head and said, God's Tear is one of the top materials in the field of alchemy and secret medicine. The effect of a single drop of God's Tear is many times more powerful than a bottle of God's Tear. The raw material of God's Tear is mainly the tears of angels. Angels' tear? Boss Luo couldn't help but blink. He asked curiously, where did you get so many tears of angels? You didn't use anything to exchange for items. Miss Maid smiled and said, I collected some in the past. It's about a few cubic meters. A few cubic meters? Boss Luo remembered that Miss Maid's predecessor was the existence of the heaven's holy angel. She even had a holy angel legion that was responsible for the exploration of the subdimension void world. Could it be? So, some of Miss Maid's personality was actually brought with her. She didn't develop it after becoming a maid of the shop? Boss Luo gave up the idea of digging deeper and started to prepare dinner with Miss Maid. Well, if everyone used the power of God's Tear, the result would be the same as if they didn't use it. When cutting vegetables, Boss Luo suddenly thought of such a false proposition. So, Miss Maid sacrificed nearly 9,000 years of life for nothing, but the result would be the same? Yu Yi, Master, what's the matter? How about I transfer this shop to you, and then I'll become a useless black soul? Miss Maid couldn't help opening her mouth slightly, showing a stunned look. Looking at Miss Maid's dumbfounded look, Boss Luo chuckled and scratched her nose, saying, I'm kidding. He still hadn't found a way to transfer the shop. He couldn't make the transfer contract of the former owner. Boss Luo sometimes even had a sudden idea that the transfer contract might not be made by the former owner himself. Maybe it was an agreement made with someone else. Of course, it was just a sudden idea. It's menstruation. It was Lizzie's voice. Auntie Ren and Lizzie just came back. Is there anything to eat? Without saying anything, Lizzie rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cucumber, and bit it off in front of Boss Luo. There will be food soon. You can have a rest first. The servant girl raised the spatula and said with a smile, Today I want to challenge the Sichuan cuisine. Really? Lizzie's eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, Auntie Rin suddenly called Boss Luo. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you." Balcony. Auntie Rin opened her mouth to say something, but she couldn't seem to say anything. "What's the matter?" Boss Luo asked patiently. At this time, Auntie Rin suddenly came over, grabbed Boss Luo's arm, and said in a sweet voice, "Son, have you ever felt lonely in your life?" Boss Luo directly asked her to speak human language. Auntie Ren suddenly rolled her eyes and reached out to pat Boss Luo's head, but she was reluctant to use force. She just patted lightly and said in a bad mood, "I mean, when you were young, have you ever thought about having a brother or sister?" "No," Boss Luo directly said. Auntie Ren was startled and immediately frowned. She thought for a while and said, "Then, let's say when you were young, your dead father and your biological mother suddenly told you that they wanted a second child. What would you think? That is, would you resist having a younger brother or sister?" "Speak human language," Boss Luo said again. "How can you be like this? You don't cooperate at all." Auntie Ren was furious, but she still couldn't withstand Boss Luo's stern gaze. She felt that she was at the bottom of the food chain in this family. She stuttered. "I recently suddenly had an idea to raise a child. It's a little girl about 13 or 14 years old. She's very obedient and has a pitiful body. Raise a child?" Boss Luo asked knowingly. Ren Xiling nodded, then thought for a while and said, "Actually, I've thought about it. Now that I've been promoted to a CEO, my salary has increased a lot. I don't have to run around like before, so it's a lot easier. You, on the other hand, have grown up now. You can go to school and have scholarships, so you don't have to worry too much. So if you want to raise a child, there shouldn't be any financial pressure. It's just what you think." Boss Luo didn't directly answer. He just looked at Ren Xiling's eyes, thought for a while, and said, "You're serious?" Auntie Ren was startled. Then she met Boss Luo's gaze and finally nodded slowly. "I have no objection. I'll take good care of her. I won't give you any trouble. You agree?" Boss Luo smiled and nodded. Auntie Ren directly wanted to hug Boss Luo and give him a kiss, but Boss Luo covered her mouth with one hand and said indifferently, "It's dirty. Don't touch me." Auntie Ren was also angry at this time. "I don't care. I want a hug. I must hug today." Boss Luo didn't use much strength and just pushed her away. They were in a deadlock until Miss Maid called for dinner. "I'll start training tonight. When I have six-pack abs, I'll be omnipotent." At the dining table, Annie Ren hummed and threatened. Li Zi looked at Annie Ren's stomach that would show a small circle once she relaxed. She always felt that it was so difficult. This should be the place. Nan Xiaonan finally came to this temple according to the address given by Red Queen. It was too easy to find traces of human daily life on the internet. Red Queen had the ability to filter useful information from all kinds of information. In this way, Red Queen might be able to easily determine who she was currently in contact with. Red Queen might not know the ultimate purpose of her contact with Mr. Jean and others, but under the analysis of big data, she wouldn't be able to find any ulterior motives. She always felt that she was completely under the surveillance of Red Queen along the way, whether it was the electronic devices on the street or the mobile phone lenses in the hands of passers-by. At this time, stepping into this antique temple that didn't seem to have many traces of modernity, Nan Xiaonan also felt a little safe. What was she thinking? She was still holding her mobile phone. "Female benefactor, may I ask if you want to offer incense or take blessings?" "Can I take a short video?" "Female benefactor, please help yourself. Just don't go near forbidden areas." Nan Xiaonan immediately laughed awkwardly, then picked up her mobile phone from the receptionist and pretended to walk into the temple. Although this temple wasn't big, it wasn't small either. It wasn't easy to find someone here in such a short time. Although this temple was remote, it was actually in the Forbidden City. She should be in the state of an ordinary person. So naturally, she was in the state of an ordinary person. Xing Chuang couldn't help her. But at this time, a location message suddenly appeared on her mobile phone. Nan Xiaonan almost didn't need to think, and she knew that this was the work of Red Queen. This guy obviously hacked into Mr. Jin's electronic devices at the same time. Although she knew Mr. Jin's location, Nan Xiaonan couldn't help but feel a little troubled at this time. She wanted to get in touch with Mr. Jin's team, but obviously this operation was not in her original plan. She deliberately moved to a village in the city so that their daily meetings wouldn't be too abrupt. But if they could still meet in such a remote place, the traces were too obvious. Wouldn't such a coincidence make Mr. Jin suspicious? Just as Nan Xiaonan was hesitating, another message was sent to her mobile phone. She looked down and her expression became strange, because this time the message sent by Red Queen was the message of a token. There was even the information of the token's owner. At this time, Nan Xiaonan's mobile phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She thought it was Red Queen, but after picking up, she felt uncomfortable. "Hello, Tuan Tuan, is this Lady Nan? I've bought the ingots, candles, and incense oil you wanted." In front of the hall, an old sorcerer was reciting scriptures. Mr. Jin was sitting on a futon with his eyes closed. He had been here for more than half a day and had been sitting here. "Benefactor, this is the 5th time. Do you want to continue?" The old sorcerer suddenly stopped and asked. This generous benefactor had added a lot of incense oil. But the key was that after reciting so many scriptures, all the wandering souls and ghosts had spiraled to the sky, right? The old sorcerer mainly felt thirsty, and his waist and neck were aching at this time. Mr. Jin opened his eyes. The old sorcerer couldn't help but be startled. This benefactor's gaze was much more vicious than before. The old sorcerer didn't say anything. He directly closed his eyes and slowly recited scriptures, but this time it was the Heart Sutra. Mr. Jin didn't say anything. He just stood up silently and slowly left the quiet hall under the sound of the Heart Sutra being recited. He looked at the sky and felt that he should leave. But when he passed by the morning hall, Mr. Jin unexpectedly saw someone who shouldn't be here. Nan Xiaonan. At this time, Nan Xiaonan was kneeling in front of a memorial tablet. She seemed to be muttering something, crying and laughing at the same time. In the end, Nan Xiaonan slowly stood up with her hands on her knees. She looked gloomy and silently left the morning hall. After Nan Xiaonan left the morning hall, Mr. Jin stuck his head out from the window. He frowned and quickly jumped into the morning hall. He came in front of a token. He looked at it. It's actually the same day. Mr. Jin opened his mouth, slightly in surprise. He stood in the morning hall for a while without saying a word. A sorcerer who was in charge of the morning hall came in with cleaning tools. "Benefactor, the temple is going to be closed." Mr. Jin nodded and immediately said, "By the way, who is the woman who was praying here just now?" "Benefactor, we can't disclose the personal information of the pilgrims." The sorcerer shook his head. Mr. Jin thought for a while, then pointed at the memorial tablet in front of him and said, "This person seems to be a friend of mine. Do you know how he passed away? This memorial tablet should be set up not long ago. It looks very new. This benefactor seemed to have died because of a strange car accident." The sorcerer thought for a while and said, "It seems that the car suddenly lost control and fell into a cliff. The way he died was quite miserable. A few months ago, his girlfriend came and set up this memorial tablet for him." As he said, the sorcerer bowed to Mr. Jin and then began to clean. Mr. Jin didn't say anything and silently left the morning hall. After he walked out of the temple, he saw Nan Xiaonan sitting alone at the bus stop outside the temple. She looked like she had lost her soul. Mr. Jin didn't walk over. Instead, he directly called for an online taxi, got in the car, and left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't look at Nan Xiaonan again. But suddenly he sent a message to Bernard at home. "Help me find information about this man. He just died a few months ago. Car accident." After a while, the sorcerer who was cleaning suddenly put down the broom in his hand. His eyes gradually became empty and dull. Without saying a word, he walked to the front of the memorial tablet and reached out to take down the new memorial tablet. Then he opened the cabinet below and put the old memorial tablet back. The sorcerer was expressionless. He silently carried the brand new memorial tablet and walked back to his dormitory. Then he locked the memorial tablet in the drawer. In fact, the dormitory in the temple was not as simple as imagined. At least, there was a well-equipped computer in the sorcerer's room. He sat in front of the computer and turned on the computer screen. He saw that the screen suddenly turned pure white. On the pure white screen, at this moment, countless patterns were crazily flashing at an extremely fast speed. Geometric shapes, symmetrical shapes, human faces, starry sky, drawings, numbers, animals, paper people. There was no trace of any pattern. The sorcerer's eyes reflected a large number of irregular pictures. He sat motionless like puppet. Suddenly, the screen turned dark and then turned off. The sorcerer suddenly woke up. His eyes returned to normal. He looked around in confusion and finally muttered to himself in confusion, "Why did I come back?" Chapter 1994. Bernard was indeed an indispensable, technical member of the team. When Mr. Jean returned to the second-hand electrical appliance store, he had already sent a detailed information. Bernard didn't ask why Mr. Jean wanted to look for this information, because Mr. Jean would take the initiative to say it. They had promised each other not to have unnecessary secrets. Do you still suspect this female worker? After knowing the reason, Bernard went straight to the essence of the problem. Mr. Jean just responded indifferently. He doesn't believe in such things as fate, let alone too many coincidences. But you may be disappointed. She should be the same as us. She just couldn't do anything. Bernard shook his head and said, "I confidently analyze that this is really a coincidence. There is no problem with this information, unless someone's technology can surpass mine. But even so, it can't erase any traces of disharmony in the sea of information. That's not a field that mortals can do." Mr. Jean didn't say anything more. He was the leader of the team, but he didn't have the final say. "Don't call me for dinner, I'm not hungry." Mr. Jean went directly into his small dark room. He just turned on the small lamp on the table, then opened the information sent by Bernard and read it carefully. It was a report about the scene of the car accident. The information was detailed, even the autopsy report. There are several claw marks of different shapes on the front cover of the car. The shortest is 34 centimeters long. It is suspected to be caused by some super-large beast. In addition, there are more than 39 bite wounds on the body. The flesh is badly mutilated. The word "confidential" was written on the report. It was compared to the information reported in the conventional news. Obviously, the conventional reports didn't describe this. After a long time, Mr. Jean slowly sighed. "Is she also a victim?" Outside the small dark room, there were some voices. The other members of the team were gathered together for dinner. Listening to the voices of the people outside, Mr. Jean slowly opened the drawer. He took out a small bottle, poured out some pills, and took them. He took off his hat, and the burning sensation on the scar on the top of his head subsided, little by little. His eyes were slightly closed and blurred. In the blurred state, he seemed to smell the fragrance of flowers. In the middle of a flower bed, there was someone, a woman, with a sweet smile. She sat there and used the little yellow flowers around her to weave a garland. Suddenly the woman's smile froze. Then her body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing a large area of the flower bed red, as well as his entire face. At the airport, a sneaky figure was quickly jumping off the van that was transporting the passengers' luggage. Then he tried to rush into the passenger passageway at an extremely fast speed before the passengers walked out of the cabin door. But at this moment, a mysterious force lifted this sneaky figure and pulled it into the air. Not long after, the sneaky figure was directly thrown to the roof of the departure hall. Divine ability, diamond body. The moment the sneaky figure fell, he suddenly shouted loudly. Then he struggled with both hands, as if he had broken free from the mysterious force that lifted him up and finally landed safely on the ground. "Big brother, you're messing with me again." "A sneaky figure," Zhuifeng muttered in dissatisfaction. "I'm messing with you?" Emo Xiaofei suddenly said angrily, "I arrived here in the evening and didn't even have dinner. I just sat here and waited for you. Big brother, you've worked hard. I'll apologize to you." Zhuifeng suddenly smiled embarrassedly and then took out a big package from his arms. "Want some beef jerky?" Emo Xiaofei shook his head. His fingers moved slightly, and he pulled Zhuifeng directly to his front with his mind power. He knocked Zhuifeng's head directly. "Do you know you're messing around now? You left the land of inheritance without permission. If the Greedy Wolf clan knew about it, wouldn't it be chaotic? They have been waiting for so many years for you, the reincarnation of the Greedy Wolf star." Zhuifeng held his head and said pitifully, "They are waiting for the Greedy Wolf star, not me. And as long as you don't say anything, it's too late. I've already told Zixing that you sneaked out." Emo Xiaofei interrupted directly at this time. "What?" Zhuifeng was taken aback. Then Zhuifeng's face changed slightly, and he chose to turn around abruptly. Behind him, the Greedy Wolf, young Master Zixing, and 2 Wolf clan members were already walking toward him. Zhuifeng swallowed his saliva and subconsciously wanted to slip away, but the air around him instantly solidified, directly imprisoning him. Zhuifeng looked at Emo Xiaofei beside him in despair. Big Brother's mind power has always been terrifying. It seems that he has strengthened a little after not seeing him for a while. It was not that he did not have the ability to break free, but once he fought, there would be a lot of movements. Every time the Greedy Wolf star's magical power was used, it was like adding a flash effect. Seeing that Zixing and the others had come, Zhuifeng had to say, Good evening, Zixing, and you too." Zixing stared blankly at this time. After a while, she slowly knelt down on one knee. "Zixing greets Greedy Wolf Star Monarch." Star Monarch came from afar to participate in the power conference. It's Zixing's incompetence that disturbed Star Monarch's meditation. "Please punish me. Please punish us." The 2 Greedy Wolf clan members of Zixing also knelt down at this time. Zhuifeng opened his mouth at this time and said anxiously, "It's not like this. I sneaked out. Why do you want me to punish you? It's not like this. Star Monarch should be meditating in the land of inheritance. It's Zixing and our clansmen who didn't serve you well, so we let Star Monarch leave. The clansmen who serve Star Monarch should be punished. Zixing is incompetent, so she should be punished." Zixing lowered her head and said slowly, "The clansmen who are responsible for serving Star Monarch will be deducted 1 year's supply from today. After Zixing returns to the clan, she will enter the Grand Canyon for 10 days. The Grand Canyon on the plateau could blow a terrible gale that could tear human flesh apart. It was also a bitterly cold place. 10 days was not an easy task." "Wait, don't mess around. What's wrong with them? It's obviously me." Zhuifeng was about to argue. Emo Xiaofei suddenly pressed Zhuifeng's shoulder and immediately shook his head, motioning Zhuifeng not to say anything more. Zhuifeng was a little anxious, but the restrictive force around him was still there, forcing Zhuifeng's eyes to gradually reveal a strange golden light. "If you use your divine power here, Zixing will probably increase her punishment," Emo Xiaofei said coldly. Zhuifeng was like a deflated balloon. Emo Xiaofei said at this time, "Since you're already here, don't stay here, lest others see you and cause unnecessary trouble." Young Master Zixing, Zhuifeng was born in this city, and this is his original home. Let him stay at my place tonight. Star Monarch should return to the clan immediately. Zixing shook her head at this time. "With Zhuifeng's character, you don't need to worry about him returning alone." Emo Xiaofei said indifferently, "Or are you going to send someone to escort him all the way? At this critical juncture, can your people leave? Don't use any means of self-punishment. Xuefeng is still the star monarch of your greedy wolf clan. If he is unhappy, he will abolish your punishment. Do you still want to defy the order of the star monarch? Yes, yes, yes. I said no punishment, so no punishment. Xuefeng hurriedly said at this time, This is an order. I'm the greedy wolf star monarch, you said it. Since you don't listen to me, then I won't be the star monarch anymore. I'll run away from home. I'll wander. Zixing finally sighed slowly, then said with a helpless look, Then let's listen to Sir Amo. It's just about tomorrow's meeting. We must not let the star monarch. Let's talk about tomorrow's matter tomorrow. And Mo Xiaofei interrupted directly at this time. Tomorrow is not here yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Zixing seemed to be speechless, so she simply kept silent. The young master didn't dare to say more, and the two Greedy Wolf clan experts could only keep silent. You go back first. And Mo Xiaofei said directly at this time, Since you intend to participate in tomorrow's competition, have a good rest tonight. Don't worry about other things. Zixing frowned and said, Since the star monarch is here as the greedy wolf witch, I need to serve by his side. How old are you? You don't need to serve me. And Mo Xiaofei waved his hand directly and said, If you really want to serve me, wait a few more years. Besides, what can happen in the Forbidden City? Or do you suspect that I will harm Xuefeng? Zixing doesn't dare. Zixing shook her head. Since Sir Amo has made such a decision, then Zixing can only obey. Thank you, Sir Amo, for taking care of the star monarch. After a while, Zixing's young master left with the two Greedy Wolf clan experts with a heavy heart. And Mo Xiaofei slowly breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He found that Xuefeng was looking at him with a strange expression at this time, so he couldn't help but wonder, Is there something on my face? Big brother, didn't you notice that you looked very fierce just now? Xuefeng said blankly, Me. And Mo Xiaofei frowned a little in surprise. Fierce? How should I put it? Windchaser thought for a while and said, I can't say that he is fierce. I just feel that he is special, and just like the discipline director in the school. He is very scary. It was just like when he suffered from soul loss in the Penglai treasure house. When he changed into a different person, it made people subconsciously unwilling to disobey. What kind of metaphor is this? And Mo Xiaofei suddenly laughed. Xuefeng smirked for a while and immediately threw away all his unhappiness. He put his hands on his waist and laughed at the tarmac outside. My master Xuefeng is back again. Tremble. The world. Come on. Do you think you don't have enough dark history in the past? And Mo Xiaofei directly knocked on the back of Xuefeng's head. Are you hungry? I'm hungry. Xuefeng squatted on the ground at once. His tail was exposed and wagging. Don't act like a husky. If Zixing and the others see it, they will fight me to the death. And Mo Xiaofei shook his head. You are the big brother. You will be the big brother for the rest of your life. The young man's world had always been so simple. At the same airport, in another terminal building, Mr. Gareth had arrived early since receiving the Queen's secret order. Because they didn't consider the situation of the power conference, only Gareth, one of the 12 inherited knights, led the knight mechanism this time. It was due to the severe lack of manpower in Britain. After all, there had been a series of extraordinary events that left a terrible impact within Britain's borders not long ago. The 12 knights scattered in Britain were busy putting out fires everywhere at this time. This time, under the Queen's secret order, Lancelot could come to support, which was beyond Mr. Gareth's expectation. After all, among the 12 knights today, Lancelot may not be the strongest, but her comprehensive strength could be ranked in the top 3. The most important thing was that Lancelot's character was relatively stable. She was serious and responsible. Among the 12 knights full of addicts, problem children, and even lunatics, Lancelot was simply a clear stream. And she was a female. Female. Sir Gareth, it should be time. Why haven't I seen Knight Lancelot yet. Maybe there was a problem when taking the luggage. Let's wait and see. It's still early, Mr. Gareth said calmly. As a loyal and righteous knight, one should not be greedy for pleasure. So, even if it was a business trip, it was a virtue to take the economy class. Even in a noisy and crowded environment, it could train one's inner peace. Her Majesty the Queen said so. Lancelot believed it. Although she was more suspicious, it was simply because Her Majesty the Queen was more stingy. It shouldn't be checked. Standing in front of the transport belt, Lancelot sighed quietly. She was not dressed as a deacon at this time, but simply wore a more leisurely dress. She looked like a model, and no one would associate her with the 12 knights of the British knight mechanism. Finally, the luggage appeared in Lancelot's sight. She, who was a little irritated from waiting, quickly walked over, reached out, and directly picked up the luggage between the two aunties. But at this time, another hand with a white glove grabbed the handle of the luggage at the same time. Lancelot frowned subconsciously, looking at the owner of the white glove. He looked like an extremely ordinary guy in his early 30s. He wore round-rimmed glasses, and his messy mid-length hair was tied up casually. He wore a loose cotton shirt, which was slightly yellowish. This luggage should be mine. You see, my name is written on it. The man smiled slightly at this time. I think our luggage is probably the same. Fortunately, we didn't mix it up. Lancelot nodded slightly. She had already seen the sticky note stuck on the suitcase. Indeed, it wasn't her name. Instead, it was written, Pu Lin. That should be yours. The man pointed at this time. Another identical luggage was slowly brought out from the conveyor belt at this time. As he said, the man took the initiative to take the luggage out. After looking at it casually, he smiled and said, Miss Lancelot, a very special name. Thank you. Lancelot nodded indifferently and immediately picked up her own luggage. You're welcome. The man smiled slightly, then after saying goodbye, he pulled his luggage and walked slowly into the crowd of people exiting the gate. Lancelot found that this man was really quite ordinary. She even couldn't remember what this man looked like. He was the type that would be quickly lost in the crowd. The only thing she seemed to remember was the white gloves on the hands of this man named Pu Lin. Thinking of this, Lancelot took out the phone casually. Gareth, I have arrived. Chapter 1995. After Mr. Gareth received Lancelot at the airport, he did not immediately return to the hotel where he was staying. At Lancelot's request, they went to a deserted place in the suburbs. It should be about time, Lancelot. Let's do it like this. Lancelot nodded at this time and immediately opened her hand slightly, as if she was chanting something. Light was slowly released from her body. This was the incantation to summon the 12 Knights' Armor of Inheritance. Mr. Gareth did not know the reason why Lancelot suddenly chanted the incantation. After a moment, Lancelot had turned into a knight in black armor. She said directly, Gareth, don't be stunned, summon the Armor of Inheritance. You want to practice with me before tomorrow's competition? Mr. Gareth could not help but ask subconsciously. Lancelot said directly, You and the two of you work together. If Farrell is nearby, he will naturally feel the binding power of the Round Table Agreement. I want to see him. What did you say? Mr. Gareth was shocked. Mr. Gareth naturally would not hide such a big thing as encountering Farrell in the City of Exclusion from the Queen of Britain. But Her Majesty the Queen did not give any further instructions, only letting Gareth take good care of him. It was just that Farrell disappeared again the day before the summit meeting was about to start, and Mr. Gareth had no clue during this time. The so-called Round Table Agreement was an oath that had been signed since the establishment of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. But this oath did not have any substantial binding force. It was more like a signal. When the signal appeared, the 12 knights who were nearby had to obey the ancient oath and provide support to their companions. Of course, there was no punishment for not obeying. It was rooted in the noble character of the knights. Mr. Gareth never thought that if he summoned this ancient covenant, Farrell would obediently show up. That guy was crazy. How could he be so obedient? But what surprised Gareth was that when he could not resist Lancelot's gaze and summoned this ancient covenant with her, Farrell really showed up. Damn it! I've been looking for him all this time for nothing. Mr. Gareth's mentality collapsed on the spot. Farrell had indeed appeared. Silently, not even the slightest movement of the airflow was produced. Like a ghost, he appeared in front of Mr. Gareth and Lancelot. He was still wearing the same wrinkled, white suit. Nothing had changed from what Gareth had seen a few days ago. It wasn't that there wasn't the slightest difference. If one had to point out something, it would be that Farrell seemed a little more solemn, as if he was a little tired. The knight's ancient covenant. Farrell stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "I thought you had already forgotten about this ancient covenant. What business do you have with me?" Even when facing Farrell in his normal state, Mr. Gareth, who was already wearing the legacy armor, was still extremely nervous. But at this moment, Lancelot, who was dressed in black armor, waved her hand, and the suitcase that she had brought along with her suddenly broke open. What broke open was only the outer layer of the suitcase. Surprisingly, there was a golden cabinet in the luggage. At this moment, the cabinet slowly opened. After a while, an upright obtuse sword slowly appeared in front of Mr. Gareth and Farrell. "This is—" Mr. Gareth's gaze turned cold, and his expression instantly became extremely serious. "Cadner!" At this moment, the obtuse sword directly flew into Lancelot's hand. Lancelot was now holding the sword and straightening her body. At the same time, Farrell walked forward expressionlessly. He was getting closer and closer to Lancelot. Just when Mr. Gareth was wondering if Farrell would do anything unusual to harm Lancelot, Farrell actually slowly knelt down on one knee, lowering his head. Mad Knight Farrell, at this moment, looked completely like a loyal knight paying respects to his monarch. This is the ceremonial sword used by the British royal family when passing down the throne of each generation. Lancelot said in a low voice, "Each of us knights, in front of it, made an oath to the British king. Farrell, do you still remember the oath you made at that time?" "I swear on my life that I will dedicate everything to you, Your Majesty the King. I will always remember humility, honor, sacrifice, valor, mercy, spirit, honesty, and justice. My sword is here. Before I fall, and I will protect you. After I die, my soul will also guard your territory. My loyalty is my armor, and I will bleed for you until the end of my life. My sword is here. My blood will be sprinkled on the battlefield with honor. My sword is here. God blesses it to be sharp forever. Unless its master lowers his head, it will never break. My lord." "Very good. You still remember your oath, Knight Farrell." At this moment, Lancelot slowly placed the ceremonial sword Cadner on Farrell's shoulder. "Tomorrow you will fight for the royal family and win a seat on the council. Accept the order." Farrell didn't respond. He just silently knelt on the ground without moving. Time passed in such a strange and quiet way. After an unknown amount of time, Farrell suddenly pushed the ceremonial sword away from his shoulder and said indifferently, "I refuse." Lancelot said sternly, "Farrell, are you going to violate your oath?" Farrell said indifferently, "The king I swore allegiance to is no longer here. My oath has been scattered with the wind. I didn't swear allegiance to the current queen." Lancelot frowned, but Farrell's reaction seemed to be within her expectations. At this moment, she nodded and slowly put away the ceremonial sword. "Her Majesty has some words that she wants me to pass on to you. Do you want to hear them?" Farrell was silent for a while. "What did she say?" "You are the most outstanding knight. You are the most powerful knight. You are the light of Britain. Are you willing to see the land of Britain become a place to be colonized by the extraordinary world that is about to arrive, that land you once swore to protect?" Farrell didn't respond. He just stood up silently. He disappeared. Mr. Gareth didn't see clearly how he left. But Lancelot had already removed the armor of heritage at this time. He didn't follow suit and removed his own. Mr. Gareth smiled bitterly. We are both successors of the 12 knights. I still don't understand why the gap between us and him is so big. Do you think he will come back tomorrow? I don't know. Lancelot shook her head. But I have finished what Her Majesty the Queen asked me to do. Finished? Mr. Gareth's heart skipped a beat. His expression changed slightly. What do you mean by finished? Lancelot said bluntly, My task has been completed, so I have to go back. The Queen has no guards by her side. I can't go back. Oh. Mr. Gareth's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice also changed. Wait, you came all the way here just to pass a few words to Farrell? Otherwise, didn't you come to support me in the strength conference? Her Majesty the Queen didn't give this order. Lancelot shook her head. Mr. Gareth slapped his head at this time. His mentality really collapsed at this time. Wait, when he talked to Her Majesty the Queen on the phone, Her Majesty the Queen did say that Lancelot would arrive tonight. She only said that she would arrive and didn't say what Lancelot would do. I don't want to play any more. Mr. Gareth, whose mentality had collapsed, directly took off the brooch of the knight mechanism and threw it to the ground. I quit. Whoever wants to be the chief can be the chief. It was originally something that none of you were willing to do and forced on me. But at the moment when Mr. Gareth was angry, the earth suddenly trembled. In the distance, a huge shadow was rapidly approaching. With the shadow's rapid arrival, the tremors of the earth became more and more intense. In the end, what appeared in front of Mr. Gareth and Lancelot was a mountain. No, it should be said that it was a huge rock the size of a small mountain. And this rock was currently being held up by Farrell with one hand. Why are you back? Gareth subconsciously said, Mr. Farrell? He always had a kind of ominous premonition that he couldn't explain clearly. At this time, Farrell said indifferently, From now until tomorrow's competition, use this big rock to train. First, squat with weights for an hour. You're not allowed to summon the armor of inheritance. 1 hour? Mr. Gareth subconsciously swallowed his saliva and screamed, Impossible! It's impossible for humans to do this. Besides, tomorrow's the competition. What's the point of training at this time? Even if this kind of training is effective, it won't improve much in a short time, okay? Even if it's only a 10,000th of one's strength, it's still an improvement. In a battle between the strong, a 10,000th of one's strength is still a victory. Farrell said solemnly, Strength is accumulated little by little, from a small drop to a vast ocean, one step at a time. Hard work will make you stronger. Catch! Without waiting for Mr. Gareth to react, Farrell directly threw the huge rock in his hand at Mr. Gareth. At this time, it was too late for him to recite the incantation to put on the armor of inheritance. When the huge rock came crashing down, he instinctively ran. Unexpectedly, Farrell suddenly flicked a stone from his hand and hit him in the knee, causing him to kneel on the ground. Seeing the huge rock coming down, Mr. Gareth could only use both hands to catch it. His waist bones seemed to have been crushed. His face turned red, and he barely caught the huge rock. Start the countdown now. It's not standard. One fist. This kind of fist. As Farrell spoke, he directly swung his fist into the distance. The terrifying fist pressure instantly blew up a big tree dozens of meters away. He really could do it. Mr. Gareth was now drenched in cold sweat. Farrell really could do it. He swung his fist at him. However, at this time, with this terrifying huge rock, Mr. Gareth was completely holding his breath and exerting all his strength. He couldn't speak at all. He seriously suspected that this huge rock was directly dug out by Farrell from the circle of mudstone mountains outside the city of Abstinence. Or he took it from the scene of the power conference that the administration was rapidly building. Seeing this, Lancelot was packing her luggage. After she peeled off the packaging of the luggage and pasted it back, she clapped her hands, pulled the handle of the luggage, and directly left. "Where are you going?" Farrell suddenly asked. "The task given to me by His Majesty has been completed." "Naturally, I should leave," Lancelot said indifferently, "for tomorrow's competition. I will support you in spirit." "You stay too," Farrell said directly. "After he finishes his squats, you change. Now use your fastest speed and swing your sword 10,000 times. Oh, it was not funny, not funny. Mr. Gareth swore that he was definitely not gloating at this time, because if he laughed, he would have a stroke, and if he had a stroke, he would be crushed into a meat patty. Later, Knight Lancelot, who was evaluated by Mr. Gareth as the most stable and normal among the 12 knights, had to take off her sandals and swing her sword in humiliation. In the distance, Mr. Song was looking at the huge rock and pondering in silence. When the incident happened, he was actually discussing some issues with Farrell. They no longer used mobile phones, because Wolfgang was back and he could be a tool and translator. But as he spoke, Farrell ran out without a word, and came hither and thither to meet the 2 British knights. "I know a little about the knight mechanism," Wolfgang thought at this time, and said, "I also heard about this Farrell." "Tell me about it," Mr. Song said indifferently. He and Farrell did not ask about each other's background out of respect for the strong. But this time it was someone else who told him. So naturally it was a different matter. In the land of Eurasia, there was a terrible war 100 years ago. Wolfgang slowly talked about the war in Eurasia 100 years ago. As a transcendent being who had infiltrated this subworld with a recruitment mission, it was impossible for Wolfgang to rashly enter without investigating the slightest bit of information about Subworld 003. Since he discovered the subworld for the contribution of the organization, he had collected some information about the strong people in this world. Originally, Farrell was also on the list of people he planned to recruit. However, what Wolfgang did not expect was that he could actually meet the Queen from Hell in this subworld, the Fallen Morning Star. Of course, it was to trick her. Thinking about it, if he could develop the Fallen Morning Star into a subworld, it would be exciting, right? After that, the contribution points he would get would be enough for him to squander for a long time, right? After a while. If that's the case, the so-called fight against the demons is, in essence, a crusade against that magical shop. Mr. Song pondered and was about to say something, but suddenly his eyes moved and looked in another direction. In the distance, 3 figures were rapidly approaching. In an instant, "Your Holiness," Gong Fanqing and Charlot walked over together. At that moment, Gong Fanqing was carrying an old man with a childish complexion and white hair. However, he appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. He was wearing a Taoist robe. "Who is this person?" Mr. Song frowned and asked. "Your Holiness, this person's Taoist name is Yang Taizi." Gong Fanqing said casually, "He is the current head of Huanjin sect. I happened to meet him." "Huanjin sect?" "The successor of Tai Bai." Mr. Song nodded and muttered, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 1996. Senior Yang Taizi was squatting on the ground with a dull look. He was asking why to himself. He should have a good hand of cards in his hands. Look, the mountain of his sect, Huanjindao, was actually very close to the city of abstinence. There were so many Taoist and monster territories in Kelowna, but none of them were as close as him. Although Huanjindao was a small sect, including Jean Eyre, there were only 2 people in the entire sect. But as the saying goes, there are too many monks and too little gruel. The master and disciple were in the same sect, and they even had their own mountain, so it was very comfortable to live there. What's more, Yang Taizi knew himself well. He didn't have much talent in cultivation. His current cultivation was achieved through hard work. Even with the recovery of his soul, Yang Taizi couldn't make many breakthroughs. It was estimated that he would remain like this for the rest of his life. But anyway, he was a member of the Taoist Association and had a little fame in the business circle of the rich people in the nearby area. When he was free, he would walk on the stage and recite scriptures at dinner parties. A lot of worldly wealth would naturally be sent to him. He had even accumulated enough wealth for himself to squander in the last few years of his unsuccessful cultivation. At the same time, he could also break the virginity technique that he had practiced for hundreds of years. Then his life would not be in vain. But why was it like this? This old Taoist kept a low profile. If he couldn't win, he would run away. He only talked without fighting. He didn't even knock on the widow's door in the middle of the night. He only focused on Taoism. He ate simple tea and plain rice every day. Yes, Yang Taizi did come to join in the fun. Huan Zhen Dao didn't have a sense of existence in the Taoist Association. Even many big sects didn't know about this sect if they didn't look at the list of the association. Therefore, Yang Taizi's name wasn't in the guest list of the Song Dynasty Hotel. Senior Yang Taizi was furious. He was lurking in the internal chat group of the Association of Dao Sects of the Divine Land every day, seeing those old guys who were about the same age as him hanging out with young models every day. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stamp his feet. No, I want to come too. That was probably what happened. Senior Yang Taizi rushed all the way from the mountain of Huanjin sect to the city of Forbidden and got on an online hailing car, arriving at the gate of Song Dynasty Hotel. I'm Yang Taizi, the current head of Huanzhen Dao, the mainstay of the Taoist Association. I'm here for the meeting. Then there was no more then. He was picked up by Gong Fanqing and Charlotte, who happened to pass by. Finally, he appeared here in front of Mr. Song. This was not the city of exclusion, and Mr. Song did not deliberately conceal himself on this trip. It was just that his breath was condensed and did not leak out, but the aura of a powerful person was there. What frightened Senior Yang Taizi was that he probably couldn't defeat any of them. He didn't know where they came from. However, the conversation between Mr. Song and Gong Fanqing seemed to be related to the Huanjin sect. How do you know my ancestors' names? Although Yang Taizi didn't know his situation, he was really curious about this guy who knew the origin of his sect. Mr. Song didn't say anything, but Gong Fanqing said indifferently, Your ancestor used to chase after me. How come I don't know him? Nonsense. How could my ancestor? Yang Taizi wanted to be tough, but Gong Fanqing, the female devil of Kelowna hundreds of years ago, made Senior Yang Taizi realize it himself. Mr. Song said, I didn't expect the descendant of Green Lotus, Sword Immortal, to be so useless. All the nobles, generals, and ministers are nothing but a pile of yellow soil. Yang Taizi was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. Huanzhen Dao had indeed declined, and this had been recorded in the ancient books of this sect for hundreds of years. Huanzhen Dao wasn't a big sect with a lot of followers, and it seemed to have a long history of laziness in accepting disciples. The ancestor only accepted 2 disciples, one of whom was even expelled from the sect. As for the other one, after the ancestor disappeared, there was no news about him. The current Huanzhen Dao was actually picked up by a manservant who was responsible for tending the fire in the sect. This manservant was also a registered disciple of the ancestor, but he didn't learn any profound martial arts. After the ancestor disappeared, this manservant indeed integrated a new set of martial arts from the ancient books of the sect, but his achievement was limited. For so many years, the aura of heaven and earth was declining day by day, and the sect didn't have the support of the core martial arts. The inheritance of Green Lotus Sword Immortal in Kelowna had disappeared in the history. Only some real old guys in the Taoism Association had some impression of Huanzhen Dao. To be honest, the reason why Huanzhen Dao could be registered in the Taoism Association was that 100 Tribulation Taoist opened the back door for them. Yang Taizi heard that the ancestor of Huanzhen Dao had once guided this evergreen tree of the Taoism Association, so he probably came here to repay his kindness. However, as the current head of Huanzhen Dao, how could he let it go when his sect was humiliated? I know my qualification is limited, and my achievement is also low. Yang Taizi suddenly stood up, his robe fluttering. You can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate our sect. What do you want? Mr. Song looked at him, his eyes sharp like a sword. Yang Taizi's surging momentum was like a deflated balloon. He even said in a negotiating tone, "When you humiliate our sect, can you be gentler?" The air suddenly became quiet. Wolfgang even opened his mouth, subconsciously. He didn't know who Tai Bai Jinxing was. When he came to this subworld, there was no such person. Among the top experts in this subworld, there was no Green Lotus sword immortal that he could remember. Maybe it was a guy who always kept a low profile. When Wolfgang came to this subworld, he didn't even know the existence of Mr. Song. And he was freakishly powerful. Green Lotus Tai Bai's descendant is so timid. What's the use of keeping him? Mr. Song snorted, killing intent flashing through his eyes. At this time, Gong Fanqing suddenly said, "Your Honor, please wait. Listen to me." "Speak." Mr. Song directly put his hands behind his back and turned around. Gong Fanqing stepped forward, whispering, "Your Honor, although Anjin's sect has declined, Tai Bai Jinxing's true descendant is still alive. Qin Haodong has gotten Tai Bai's Green Lotus sword song. If he can complete Sword Codex one day, I'm afraid he'll be a big disaster. This old Taoist is the last descendant of Anjin's sect. If we deal with him carelessly, I'm afraid we'll never be able to forgive Qin Haodong." Mr. Song said indifferently, "Are you pleading for mercy for Anjin's sect?" Gong Fanqing lowered his head and said, "How would I dare to do that? It's just that your honor needs more help. That Qin guy's attainments in swordsmanship are not weak. In time, he might become another Green Lotus sword fairy. How could your honor bear to part with such a talent? It's not about giving up, it's about whether he can be used or not." Mr. Song said casually, "Tai Bai Jinxing was proud all his life. He was never used by others. His sword is unyielding, so is his disciple. But Tai Bai Jinxing's disciple is a woman." Gong Fanqing said, "As long as she's a woman, she won't be heartless. If your honor trusts me, I'll handle this matter. That Qin Haodong has a grudge with you. You treat her like an enemy. What do you plan to do?" Mr. Song asked directly. "Qin Chiyu didn't know the truth of Tai Bai Jinxing's disappearance. She thought I knew his whereabouts, so I can use him as a bait." Gong Fanqing said slowly, "As long as she still wants to find Tai Bai Jinxing, we have enough bargaining chips." Mr. Song was silent. After a while, Mr. Song said calmly, "Well, I've already missed Tai Bai Jinxing. If I can get the new sword immortal into my pocket, I'll settle one of my worries. I'll leave this matter to you." "Yes, your honor. Besides—" Mr. Song suddenly turned around, looking straight at Yang Taizi. "Tomorrow's power conference. Let's attend it in the name of Anjin sect. I want to make Anjin sect's name resound in Kelowna once again." Senior Yang Taizi was shocked, saying, "What?" At this moment, Gong Fanqing also looked at Mr. Song in surprise, but she soon understood the intention of Mr. Song. He was trying to lure Qin Chiyu out. The best way was to make Anjin sect's name appear in the eyes of the world, and this power conference was obviously the best opportunity. As for whether his honor had other intentions, Gong Fanqing couldn't guess. The imperial family's thoughts were always unpredictable. Should we give Farrell a heads up? Seeing Mr. Song was about to leave, Wolfgang came forward and asked. Mr. Song waved his hand. "No need, he knows I'm coming, so he'll know I'm leaving." Midnight was the time when the vampires were at their most energetic. The representatives of the 13 clans chose to leave the Forbidden City at this time and came to a camp that had been set up in the outskirts of the city long ago. Many supernatural representatives chose to leave the city one day or half a day earlier for preparation. So Bale Gang's group didn't encounter too many obstacles when they left the city. After a series of reports, the agents of the administration who were checking on the road directly let them go. The camp of the 13 families was behind a mountain. The 13 clans were one of the oldest and most powerful factions in the European continent. Their name and foundation were there for all to see. so no one in the vicinity dared to provoke them. When Baelgang's group arrived at the camp, a medium-sized truck slowly drove into the camp. The vampires of the 13 families immediately came forward and surrounded the truck. Obviously, they didn't know the arrival of this truck. "You can leave first. Leave this to me." At this time, Baeligan ordered the vampires who came with him to retreat, and then left him alone. At this time, the door of the truck opened, and a young man with a cold face jumped out. It was a young man with silver palms, Gongsun Jishui. I said, "If there's nothing, we don't need to meet again." Baelgang said indifferently, "I don't remember your master being so clingy." "The Grand Duke is joking." Gongsun Jishui said expressionlessly, "My master knows that the Grand Duke is going to participate in the strength competition tomorrow, so he specially asked me to send you a gift, hoping that the Grand Duke can win in the competition tomorrow." "Gift?" Baelgang frowned slightly. Gongsun Jishui went directly to the back of the truck and opened the door of the truck. Suddenly, a mist slowly escaped from the truck. Baelgang walked forward and looked directly into the truck. A little light was enough for vampires to see everything in the darkness. This is a fighter," Gongsun Jishui said slowly, "just like the fighters in the ancient Roman arena." Baelgang frowned. Inside the box was a creature that had a hard shell like a stratum corneum all over its body, but its head was covered with an alloy helmet. At this time, its entire body was pierced with hundreds of steel needles. It looked like a worm, but not a human. The existence of those steel needles seemed to be able to restrict the movement of this strange fighter. But at this time, from the half-opened eyes, Baelgang saw madness and confusion. Tomorrow's strength competition will gather the powerful transcendents from all over the world. Is this fighter enough to deal with it? Baelgang said doubtfully, "The Grand Duke can give it a try." At this time, Gongsun Jishui directly reached out and grabbed 3 steel needles from the strange fighter's body. In an instant, the eyes of the fighter in the box instantly turned into a bloody vortex. With a sonic boom, the entire truck exploded into pieces. A sharp blade shot out from the arm of the strange fighter and stabbed at Baelgang. But when the sharp blade was about to pierce Baelgang, it seemed to be rolled up by an invisible tentacle. "Is that it?" Baelgang said casually, "My young master said that when all the steel needles are pulled out, it can temporarily exert the power of a peak transcendence." Gongsun Jishui said and waved his hand. The 3 steel needles in his hand once again shot into the body of the strange fighter. The strange fighter fell to the ground all of a sudden, but it was still struggling like a trapped beast. Baelgang looked at it and shook his head. "To what extent did you destroy this guy's mind? A beast that has lost its mind and only knows how to destroy is not very useful. Take this bell." Gongsun Jishui threw out a bell. "The sound of the bell can simply drive it to be used by you." Baelgang took a deep look at Gongsun Jishui and took the bell. He pondered for a moment and then said indifferently, "Gongsun Shiu, why did you help me?" Gongsun Jishui said, "My young master is the seat of the sun, but Grand Duke, you are also the seat of the moon. The sun and the moon should help each other. But unfortunately, I, the moon, don't like to borrow the sun's light." Baelgang chuckled. "Okay, I will accept this gift for the time being. But go back and tell your young master that although the fool is missing or maybe the fool is dead, but the fool is the fool, and there is only one fool. Not everyone can replace him. I will pass on the Grand Duke's words to my young master." Gongsun Jishui nodded and then said loudly, "In that case, I will take my leave." "Wait." Baelgang suddenly stopped. "What is the name of this fighter?" "No name." Gongsun Jishui said indifferently, "If Grand Duke likes it, give him a name. Then let's call him Midnight." Baelgang said casually, "It happened to be delivered by midnight." It was really casual, but thinking that this was a guy who would use a scarecrow to replace him in the clan meeting, Gongsun Jishui didn't say anything. He nodded to show that he understood and directly left the camp of the 13 clans. Chapter 1997. The night passed quickly. When the sky was slightly bright, a black-robed nun from the Black Order pushed open the door of the hotel suite. After the Black Order encountered the great catastrophe and almost disintegrated, the new chief of the order, Lamiez, took a tough stance and quickly integrated the remaining forces of the order. Lady Lamiez, it's almost time. Shall we set off? Lamiez was sitting cross-legged on the bed at this time, like an old monk in meditation. She did not respond to the person who came. The black-robed nun had to bite the bullet and walked closer. At this time, Lamiez suddenly opened her eyes. When the black-robed nun met Lamiez's gaze, she was startled and suddenly took 2 steps back. In her feeling, the new chief in front of her seemed to shoot out a terrifying lightning bolt. The black-robed nun exclaimed subconsciously, "Lady Lamiez, you can break the seal of the Forbidden Land." "No one can break it," Lamiez said indifferently. "Your retreating is just your illusion. Some people, even if they don't have extraordinary power, are born to be feared, that's all." The black-robed nun immediately bowed her head and said, "Lady Lamiez, you are the one who can be feared." "Me." Lamiez chuckled and immediately said indifferently, "I just lived long enough, and the time to pretend to be a god is long enough. If it were you, being worshipped by a group of vicious people every day, you can do it after a long time." The black-robed nun thought that the new chief was talking about the people of the Black Order. She thought that the new chief had only been in office for a short time. "By the way, what I asked you to do, how is it?" Lamiez suddenly asked. The black-robed nun quickly said, "In the past 2 days, according to your instructions, we have tried to contact the Prince of Undersea City many times and finally found an opportunity to convey your wish to meet. The other party's answer was that if there is a chance at the scene of the power conference, you can meet." "Got it." Lamiez nodded and immediately stood up. When the black-robed nun saw this, she quickly stepped forward and pulled up a nightgown from the chair beside her, putting it on for Lamiez. That's right, the chief of the Black Order had been meditating naked all night. "Let's get ready to go." Lamiez pulled back the hair that was hidden behind her clothes and spread it out. In another hotel suite, Mr. Buggy had been squatting in the washroom for a long time. He had smoked a whole pack of cigarettes, but he still hadn't finished. Participate in the power conference. He would be beaten to death, right? Yesterday, he pointed at Father Stella's nose and scolded him. Although the Magician Association's Scarlet Blaze Tower Master stepped forward to support him, he was definitely hated by Father Stella. He knew himself very well. He couldn't do anything, but he had to trick the first place. Although he was strong now and wouldn't care if he had 3 or 4 dancers until they cried, he would still be easily beaten to tears by people with supernatural powers. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Let's talk about the near ones. The long-haired beauty beside Lucifer, Skaha, who didn't smile much. Previously, because he coveted her beauty, he almost had all the bones in his body broken. Even the artifact PAD couldn't help him. Originally, this artifact PAD didn't have any attack power. It was completely an auxiliary item. Although it could be taken out like a treasure bag with no upper limit, it was still very expensive. As for the weapons and services that could insta-kill people, he would probably have to wait until he reached New Moon 3 before he could unlock them. New Moon was a way to calculate the level of the PAD. The more he spent, the higher the level, the more items he could unlock, and the more comprehensive the functions would be. By the way, after Buggy had been squandering for a long time, his level on the artifact pad was already the noble New Moon 1. Buggy roughly calculated that if he wanted to buy the service of making Skaha cry at night, he would have to develop hundreds of millions of believers and crazily harvest faith units for hundreds of years. Who was he kidding? With hundreds of millions of believers crazily harvesting faith units for him for hundreds of years, what could he not do? Every day there would be a stunning beauty. After playing with one, he would eat it Wasn't it delicious? That's right. Buggy didn't know when he even had the urge to eat human flesh. Although the mysterious meat that he had exchanged on the artifact pad had always been to his liking, it seemed that it gradually couldn't satisfy his desire for meat. Buggy was suddenly awakened by this terrible thought. He shuddered suddenly, and then smacked the butt of the last cigarette and threw it directly into the toilet. After washing his face, Buggy listened to the movement outside. There was no movement. Then he opened the lid of the toilet tank and fished out the artifact pad, wrapped in plastic wrap from inside. Hiding things in the toilet tank was a traditional ability that Buggy learned when he was in the underworld. He had not forgotten it until now. Even if this thing was on him, he would feel unsafe as long as Lucifer was always by his side. With Lucifer's temperament, he would not find something in the toilet tank. Could she afford to lose face? Buggy, are you willing to come out? Am I, Lucifer, the kind of person who covets things hidden in the water tank? Hurry up, we have to go out. You have to perform well today. F***CK, then Miss Pianxian, this old man will set off. In front of the pet hospital, Chichi Kamaya kindly stared at the chest of the little butterfly monster and said, "Don't get me wrong, this is just because the old dirty turtle's height could only reach this position. This old man was physically disabled, but his will was strong." "Wait a minute, everyone," the little butterfly monster shouted and then quickly rushed into the hospital. "What is she going to do?" Chichi Kamaya couldn't help showing a puzzled expression at this time, looking at Ghost Baby beside him. Ghost Baby shrugged at this time, then looked at the masked woman beside him, Jessica, who pretended to be Princess Shen Yuan. Jessica could only shake her head at this time to show that she didn't know. After a while, Luo Dance came out with 2 big bags. "The competition will be very hard. I have to look after the house, so I can't come to the scene to cheer for you." The little butterfly monster opened her watery eyes at this time, smiling and saying, "So I made some bento boxes for you. Today you have to do your best." Chichi Kamaya was stunned, subconsciously looking at the 2 bags full of carrying poles. After a while he said, "Ha ha ha, this old man feels like being cured. Ghost Baby, is it Monday today? I always feel that the vitality is very abundant today." "Today is Wednesday," Ghost Baby said expressionlessly. "Wednesday is also a full day," Chichi Kamaya said seriously. Ghost Baby rolled his eyes, immediately taking the 2 bags of bento boxes from Luo Dance's hands. He took it in his hands, and after a moment of silence, suddenly said, "Thanks. Hey, Mr. Ghost Baby, you also have to do your best." Ghost Baby didn't answer, just took the 2 bags and left directly, as if he didn't want to wait for Chichi Kamaya. The old dirty turtle sighed again and again, saying that it was not easy to live in this world and didn't know how to be humble and respectful to the old. He also said that he was old and his waist was weak, and hoped that Jessica could help him and so on. They walked away. Seeing that there was nothing to do, the little butterfly monster was about to go back when she suddenly saw the 2 temporary guests in the pet hospital, Black Dragon Audiobook and the fat girl Leia. They were supposed to be driven away on the 2nd day, but on the 2nd day, Shinryu of Kelowna went to be Xiaoxi and probably forgot about it. At this time, Audiobook looked at them pitifully. "Mr. Audiobook, what's wrong with you?" Audiobook was so pitiful that he almost squeezed out tears. "Miss Dance, you got up early in the morning to prepare the food. Is it for them?" "Yes, of course." Luo Dance nodded and then smiled. "Don't worry. I also made breakfast for you." "But," Audiobook still said pitifully, "I also want the bento box you made by yourself." "We eat the same thing for breakfast." "I want a bento box." "Well." The little butterfly monster thought for a while and said, "Then I will put it in the bento box for you, okay?" "I feel that the meaning has changed." Audiobook frowned and then clenched his fist. "I've decided I'll also attend the power conference." "Leia, Mr. Audiobook, you're also going to attend the competition." The little butterfly monster was surprised. The black dragon hummed. "Why? Why can't I attend it?" Didn't anyone tell you that I'm the current leader of the Black Dragon clan in the Inhuman realm? Mr. Audiobook, you're so awesome. The little butterfly monster showed a surprised expression. She was a demon from the divine land. In the world of demons, the leader of the demons was a respected existence. He was the head of the clan. No. Only Audiobook is left in the Black Dragon clan. Leia was about to say something, but Audiobook had already covered her mouth, and then spread out his hands. Bento box! Bento box! Bento box! Then, please wait for a while. The little butterfly monster turned back with a smile. Seeing the little butterfly go in, Leia broke free from Audiobook's hand and said anxiously, You really want to tend it? She spoke more fluently now because Audiobook was her only family member who grew up with her. Are you stupid? Audiobook shrugged and said, We'll find a place outside to finish our bento box, walk around for a while, and come back. What if we run into that old lunatic feral in the city of abstinence? It's not easy to get rid of him. But don't forget, this competition is broadcasted live worldwide. Leia shook her head slightly. If you don't appear in the competition, Miss Agile will be suspicious. She seems to be the type who doesn't like people lying. Black Dragon, Audiobook panicked. Then I'm really going to attend the competition? He knew himself well. It was true that he was the leader of the Black Dragon clan, but he was the only one left in the entire Black Dragon clan. How could he say that? Do as you deem fit. Leia shook her head. The little butterfly monster walked out with 2 new lunchboxes. Mr. Audiobook, these are the lunchboxes you wanted. Today we have to do our best. Of course. Audiobook patted his chest and said, Miss Pianxian, just wait and see my heroic figure on TV. Leia couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Black Dragon in heat, he's about to become a love-struck fool, and it's the kind of unrequited love. After all, he was a hero who participated in the Great War 100 years ago. Why couldn't he be more mature? Look at Kelowna's Shinryu. How majestic was he when he chased them away. Even though it was the city of abstinence, he was still filled with a terrifying majesty. This was the model of a dragon, right? Although there was a huge difference in the concept of dragon between the East and the West. Kelowna's Shinryu was famous, wasn't it? Then we'll set off. Audiobook said solemnly. Okay. The little butterfly monster made a cheering gesture with her small fist. When I see Mr. Audiobook and Miss Leia on TV, I'll cheer for you. All the best. Okay. After Chi-Chi Kamaya left, Audiobook and Leia also left. Sister Long. Well, she should still be sleeping in the boss's room. Sister Long always had the habit of sleeping in. But the pet hospital became deserted all of a sudden. The whole city seemed to be very tense recently. The old men and women of the monster clan rarely went out. Luo Dance heaved a sigh of relief slowly and suddenly became spirited. Let's clean the backyard. The moment she entered the door, the little butterfly monster heard some noise. It seemed to come from the cold storage of the hospital. She walked into the cold storage with a trace of curiosity, but found the door was opened. Luo Dance was a little nervous at once. She hurriedly grabbed the broom to protect herself and carefully walked into the cold storage. Turning on the light inside instantly, she saw a black shadow hiding in the corner. The moment the light was turned on, Luo Dance saw a pale face with a mouth full of blood. The little butterfly monster suddenly took a breath of cold air and then suddenly quivered. Sister Zijuan! You came to steal blood for blood transfusion, to drink again. Wow, Sister Zijuan, you're back. You said the opposite. The black shadow with a mouth full of blood, the real princess of the Xianyuan royal family, at this time, casually wiped the blood on her lips and smilingly walked to Luo Dance. You should say you're back first, and then ask me why I came to drink blood. Well, what have you been doing recently? Why don't you look fat at all? Saying this, Su Zijuan directly pinched the little butterfly monster's chin, shook her head, and looked at the left and right sides of her neck directly. Sister Long said I've become fat every day. Luo Dance said pitifully at this time. Su Zijuan shrugged and said casually, "Grow a little bit, and the taste will be better. By the way, what kind of monster's blood are you collecting in the blood bag? Why do I feel it strange?" "Sister Zijuan, the blood in the box you just checked seems to be expired." Su Zijuan suddenly startled and immediately opened her mouth to bite the little butterfly monster's neck. It was super fierce. But this was the Forbidden City. How could her fangs grow out? She couldn't bite it, but could only suck it. "Oh, Sister Zijuan, stop it, it's itchy." Chapter 1998. It was impossible to have a bite mark, but there was indeed a big strawberry on her neck. She could only cover part of it with her collar. The little butterfly monster was tidying herself up in front of a small mirror. Beside her, Su Zijuan was holding a glass of red liquid, drinking it with a large straw. She spread her feet and flipped up her skirt to blow the fan. The princess of Xianyuan royal family actually wanted to turn on the air conditioner, but the little butterfly monster said it was more environmentally friendly and economical. "Sister Zijuan, if you had come back earlier, you would have met Grandpa Gue and the others." "I know, I did it on purpose." Su Zijuan responded lazily. "On purpose?" Luo Dance looked at her. "Sister Zijuan, your skirt is too high. I can see inside." Su Zijuan showed her small canine teeth, squinting her eyes and smiling. "Why, are you interested in this? I didn't see it before." How could Luo Dance be the opponent of this lowly princess? She pretended not to hear it, asking directly, "Sister Zijuan, why did you avoid Grandpa Turtle?" "I don't want Chichikamaya to know that I'm back, so I don't want to see him." Su Zijuan shrugged. "Anyway, Xianyuan Palace can run normally when I'm not here. Maybe they will have more fun when I'm not here." "Grandpa Turtle will be sad if you say so." Su Zijuan suddenly waved her hand. "Go and make a cup of tea." "Sister Zijuan, I thought you don't drink tea?" The little butterfly monster couldn't help but ask doubtfully. "It's not for me, but for the guest." Su Zijuan squinted her eyes and smiled. "For a guy you will like to see." "I like to see." Luo Dance was stunned subconsciously. Then she seemed to notice something and slowly turned around. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. "Boss!" "Good morning, Miss Dance." Boss Luo greeted her with a smile. "Boss, have some tea." After handing over a cup of hot tea, Little Butterfly from the pet hospital held the tray and stood next to him happily. "Boss, why did you suddenly come?" "Miss Zijuan asked me to come." Boss Luo smiled faintly. "I don't think I'm disturbing you." "I won't disturb you." "Boss, I won't disturb you whenever you like." She quickly waved her hand and quickly said, "Boss, I made a lot of bento." "Oh, a lot of breakfast. Do you want to eat some too?" "I might not be as good as Sister Yuye's cooking skills, but I'm still trying my best. So it's like this." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Since it's a lunchbox, if Miss Dance doesn't mind, I'll take one with me when I leave." "Of course not." Little Butterfly smiled happily. "Then I'll prepare it for you right away." Then the little butterfly monster walked out of the living room quickly. But just as she left, she turned back and came to Boss Luo, saying quickly, "All right. Boss, the happiest thing for me today is that Sister Zijuan came back and I saw you at the same time." After that, she hurriedly ran out. Su Zijuan clicked her tongue in wonder. This girl must have taken the wrong medicine. "What does her happiness have to do with you?" Boss Luo said casually, "Maybe Miss Dance likes to share happy things with others." "Don't you think that Miss Zijuan's smile can make people happier in the morning?" "I don't know whether I'm happy or not, but I know you'll be happy soon." Su Zijuan narrowed her eyes. "Because I'll give you a big deal soon." Boss Luo smiled faintly. "I don't know what kind of business it is." Su Zijuan suddenly pressed her hands on the table and leaned forward. Her face was close to Boss Luo's, and she said slyly, Are you interested in having a vigorous love affair with an old leftover woman who doesn't wash her hair for a week and hasn't been in a relationship for thousands of years? Boss Luo didn't respond immediately, nor was he moved by Su Zijuan's approach. He said calmly, "Miss Zijuan, aren't you afraid that the final result will hurt this woman?" Su Zijuan's eyes were bright. "Even if it's fake, as long as it can be deceived until the end, it will be real. A lie is not a lie as long as it's not discovered. Why? Are you afraid that I can't afford this price? Don't cheat me. I know what she looks like now. It's not difficult to get her. Hasn't your shop always set the price according to the difficulty of realizing it? Of course, the cost of maintaining this lie may be high in the future, but I won't always be in a situation where I can't make ends meet. Since transcendents have appeared, I think, I can make money everywhere." Boss Luo was silent for a moment and said faintly, "I'm sorry, Miss Zijuan, your business came too late. If it came earlier, I might not have been able to reject it." "What do you mean?" Su Zijuan frowned. "You want to reject me? Didn't you say that no matter what it is, as long as you can pay the price, anyone can fulfill it at any time?" "Basically, that's right," Boss Luo said faintly, "but I've adjusted this rule recently. I'll also see how I feel." Hearing this, Su Zijuan didn't insist on the purpose of the shop. She just looked at Boss Luo strangely and said hesitantly, "You don't tell me you don't want to hurt. Does Miss Zijuan want to hurt?" Boss Luo asked calmly. "Of course." Su Zijuan snorted and said, "I love to see this old witch suffer. If I can see her live in a beautiful life for the rest of her life and smile like a fool, only to let her know in the end that everything is fake, I can wake up laughing in my dreams. I have the money and the ability to do such an interesting thing. Why wouldn't I do it? It seems that Miss Zijuan is the one who loves Miss Long the most in the world." Boss Luo suddenly said softly, "In my opinion, Miss Zijuan is also very attractive." Su Zijuan was stunned and looked around in panic. She sat back down and coughed twice. She pulled down her skirt and crossed her legs. Then she snorted and said, "Don't give me that. I'm not a dragon idiot. That won't work on me." Boss Luo didn't say anything. After a while, Su Zijuan sighed slowly and said irritably, "Fine. Although I'm the buyer, I have a request from you. If you don't agree, I can't do anything. It's that old leftover woman's birthday in a few days. I want you to give her an unforgettable birthday. Is that okay?" "Birthday?" Boss Luo was slightly stunned. Su Zijuan said unhappily, "Why, can't she use her birthday? Do you really think she's Kelowna's tool and needs everything?" "That's not what I meant." Boss Luo was silent for a while and then nodded slowly. "Then we'll do as Miss Zijuan says. We'll prepare for Miss Long's birthday." "How much?" "Say it." Su Zijuan waved her hand. Boss Luo shook his head and said no need. Just treat it as a gift for Miss Zijuan's real business. This time, Miss Zijuan asked me to come here for her real purpose. Su Zijuan's eyes narrowed and then she smiled. "Do you know that people like you who know everything don't want to be friends with you?" Boss Luo didn't say anything this time. Friends had always been an extremely rare luxury for him. Perhaps it was very difficult for him to have one. Su Zijuan shook her head and then said seriously, "Profiteer, listen. I hope that you, or all of you, can participate in this power conference. I want you to break the legend of Kelowna Shinryu-S Invincible." Boss Luo was stunned at first. Then his eyes gradually softened, but he didn't say anything. "Why? You're rejecting this?" Su Zijuan frowned, as if she couldn't make up her mind. Boss Luo said, "Regarding this matter, Miss Zijuan, don't you think it's already unnecessary? Before this, I've already shackled all extraordinary powers in the world once. This doesn't count." Su Zijuan shook her head and said, "Sealing is your own business. You can do it through some special means, but to the world, this might be an unsolved mystery. After the fear calms down, Everyone will have the mentality of being lucky. No one has seen Kelowna Shinryu fight, so they will have the illusion. Only when this illusion is completely shattered, the invincible legend will end, and the Shinryu era will also end. TSK, this old woman has always claimed that she's Kelowna Shinryu. She's so disgusting. I want to see this old woman being defeated with my own eyes, so pale and powerless as she kneels and cries. So exciting! I can wake up laughing even in my dreams. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Boss Luo said softly, Miss Zijuan is indeed the person who loves Miss Long the most in the world. One sentence. Su Zijuan stood up fiercely. Are you going to do this business or not? If you don't do it, I'll find someone else. F***CK. I can't find anyone else. Are you going to do it or not? Boss Luo smiled but didn't say anything. Boss, are you leaving? So soon? Little butterfly monster came back with a 3-layer lunchbox, which was wrapped in a beautiful floral cloth and tied with a bow. This lunchbox looks luxurious. Boss Luo smiled. I don't think I can eat so much. Luo Pianran said, No, I made a little too much. I want to get some and share it with Missy. I hope she won't dislike my cooking. She won't. Boss Luo smiled, receiving the luxurious lunchbox with both hands, and then said goodbye. Then I won't disturb you. I have something else to do. Oh, okay. Take care, boss. Boss Luo walked in the usual way and disappeared directly. Little butterfly monster was not surprised because she had seen it many times. She walked directly into the living room, only to see Su Zijuan opening her legs and looking at the ceiling blankly, as if her body was hollowed out. Sister Zijuan? Su Zijuan lowered her head at this moment, saying feebly, Every time I stay with this profiteer, I feel so tired. But Sister Zijuan, you seem to be more tired than I am right now. Luo Dance blinked her eyes. What happened just now? After leaving the pet hospital, Audubon and Leia stopped at a nearby park. Audubon ran into the pavilion in the park hurriedly, putting the lunchbox on the stone table with a chessboard in the center of the pavilion, as if it was a treasure, and put his hands together to worship. This is the lunchbox, specially prepared for me by Miss Pianxian. Audubon took a deep breath, putting his hands on the lid of the lunchbox solemnly. God's gift. I'm going to eat. Leia looked at it without saying anything. Finally, the lid of the lunchbox was opened. Audubon took a deep breath with tears in his eyes. There are 3 sausages. I saw that Miss Pianxian only prepared 2 for Old Tortoise. I'm really special. He ate with tears in his eyes. Leia still looked at it without saying anything. She glanced at her lunchbox. Other than the 4 sausages, there were 2 more braised eggs than the others. What did this mean? She shook her head and closed the lid silently. Leia, don't you want to eat? It's delicious. Audubon spurted the rice in his mouth. I'm not hungry now. Leia shook her head, revealing a contemplative look. Audubon, what should we do later? Are we really going to attend the power conference? Aren't you afraid of meeting Sir Farrell? Let's go. Audubon was full of fighting spirit. Miss Pianxian said she would cheer for me on TV. If she doesn't see me, she will be very disappointed. I can't let her down. As for old Madman, I don't care so much. There are so many masters in the power conference. Maybe he will forget about us after he likes someone else. Or maybe he will be defeated by someone else. The world is so big, how will you know how many masters are hiding if you don't go and take a look? All right. Lay aside, I'll cheer for you. She had no intention of going on stage. With her character, she couldn't even speak clearly in a crowded place, let alone go on stage with a sword. Leia, are you really not hungry? Do you want some? Not for you. Song Dynasty Hotel. Song Haran had just taken a shower. At this moment, he walked out while wiping his hair with a towel. The servants in the room hurriedly went up to dress him. A man in a black suit said, Young master, it's almost time to prepare to set off. Those masters from the Taoist Association should have their breakfast by now. Then let's prepare the car and set off. Song Haran nodded. But at this moment, a bell suddenly rang in the room. This bell came from the button in Princess Chuyang's room. Every time Princess Chuyang pressed the button, it was as if she was being summoned. Looks like the princess woke up quite early today as well. Song Haran chuckled, then instructed, "Go and prepare. I'll be right down." Not long after, Song Haran came to Princess Chuyang's room alone. "Princess, you summoned me so early. Are you planning to have a romantic breakfast with me?" Song Haran said with a smile, "I'll go to the conference later as well." Princess Chuyang said calmly, "I also want to see how strong the masters in the era 2,000 years later can be." "Princess, are you really planning to take action?" Song Haran suddenly asked. During the extraordinary summit conference, the 100 Tribulations Taoist had asked about it in a roundabout way. Song Haran remembered it and mentioned it casually to the princess when he came back. Actually, he wanted to tell Chuyang that the masters from the Taoist Association knew about her existence. Although she didn't plan to hide it, it seemed like the 100 Tribulations Taoist was planning to make it clear. Princess Chuyang said calmly, "I'll use the martial arts of the Great Qin Empire. If my father is still alive, he'll recognize me. That's all, I'm going to change my clothes. I'll help you. Scram." Chapter 1999. Everyone, I'm now at the venue of the Power Conference. I'm very nervous. As you can see, the representatives of the major transcendent groups haven't entered the venue. But our God of Heaven Mountain has been built. It only took 1 day and 1 night. What is a big country building? This is a big country building. I'm now at the God of Heaven Mountain. I can directly see the area of the God of Heaven Mountain. Let the camera zoom out a little further for everyone to see. The media also changed their route today and came to the huge God of Heaven Mountain outside the city of Abstinence, 15 kilometers away from the border of Abstinence. It was said that this place was completely unaffected by the city of Abstinence. In the center of the God of Heaven Mountain venue, there was a square stage that was 100 meters by 100 meters. The stone slabs used for the stage were directly cut from the mountain of mud and stone outside the city of Abstinence. In addition, around the stage, 8 huge grandstands were built according to the arrangement of the 8 trigrams. Between the 2 grandstands, there was a huge stone pillar with a coiling dragon. I feel that if this place is turned into a scenic spot after the Power Conference, it will be very popular. Andy Rin, who had also arrived early, looked around at the surrounding environment. She didn't take the initiative to find a suitable shooting location. This place was too big. The cameras could be placed anywhere, and it was a good location. However, the people from the administration still insisted that the media should stay in a fixed area and not run around. From the moment they arrived at the Power Conference on the God of Heaven Mountain, Ren Xiling had a strange feeling. Those guys who seemed to be no different from ordinary people at the summit meeting venue, and at most they had bad personalities. When she saw them again today, their gazes seemed to be able to make people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. She even saw a giant python. A savage guy with tattoos all over his body was sitting cross-legged on the head of this giant python. Annie Rin swore that this giant python was really the biggest python she had ever seen in her life. Other pythons that flew directly didn't have a strong visual impact. "Boss, what are we going to do for the live broadcast later?" This was the first time Old Q had seen such a scene. He felt his scalp go numb. "Don't you usually have to commentate for these types of fights?" Auntie Rin said angrily, "Commentary? Will you do it?" How to explain? Take a look. The first party is using up, down, left, right, front, back and back Alibaba Qigong. His opponent was also using Qigong. They had a match. That's right, they were facing each other. No one could win against the Sun family. Is that so? Or maybe Party B flashed behind Party A and then punched him. Like this? Boss, your D***CK is a thorny ape. Old Q could only squeeze out this sentence after holding it in for a long time. Madame Rin didn't reply this time. Rather bored, she picked up her binoculars and sized up the transcendent teams that were gradually arriving. In the power conference, the media from all over the world probably didn't have much to do other than raising their cameras as tools. This wasn't a quadrennial international sports competition where they could interview the contestants who had just left the arena. At this time, Madame Rin suddenly exclaimed. She put down the binoculars and frowned. She immediately raised the binoculars again and muttered, "Did I see wrongly?" "Sister Ren, what did you see?" Lizzie asked curiously at this time. Ren Xiling thought for a while and said, "I just saw a woman who looked like Xiaoxi." "Xiaoxi?" Lizzie was startled. She shouldn't be here, right? Madame Rin shook her head. "It's definitely not Xiaoxi. It's just very similar. This woman looks much older and has a cigarette in her mouth. How could it be Xiaoxi? Strange. Why did she disappear all of a sudden? Could it be that I saw wrongly?" Old Q said, subconsciously. Madame Ren thought for a while and picked up the phone directly. A few seconds later, "Hello, Xiaoxi? Are you awake? You just woke up." "Nothing. I just want to ask you if you're used to living here. What's the sound over there? Why is it so noisy?" "Oh, I'm watching TV." "Well, nothing. I just want to call you and ask you." "Okay, I have to go." Then Madame Rin continued to pick up the binoculars and looked around. One of the stands of the 8 trigrams stand, the Qian stand. Behind the stairwell of the auditorium, a sneaky figure was sticking to the side of the exit wall at this time. He seemed to have just put down his phone. So close? How could I be seen? The guy with a cigarette in his mouth subconsciously touched his cheek at this time and muttered, "What should I do to block it?" "Consultant Long, you're here. Consultant Huo Yun has been looking for you everywhere." Several agents of the administration walked down the stairs quickly at this time. One of the agents saw that the Kelowna Shinryu still had a cigarette in his mouth. He subconsciously took out a lighter, lit a flame, and sent it to the Kelowna Shinryu. "What are you doing?" The Kelowna Shinryu squinted at him. Lighting a fire for you?" the agent said nervously. "Did you see me smoking with your eyes?" The Kelowna Shinryu rolled his eyes at this time. "Are you blind? This is cigarette candy. I don't smoke. UF** King stole a pack of Chinese seeds for me that night." "I'm blind." The agent awkwardly left the meeting. Long Shuo frowned at this time and said, "Old man, why are you looking for me? Didn't I already say that I'm at most here to watch? I'm not going to play?" "This," the agent suddenly said with a bitter face. "Lord Long, we're just following orders. Please don't make it difficult for us. If you don't go, Consultant Huoyun will come to you personally." "Then let him come to me. Why should I go to him? Who does he think he is?" The Kelowna Shinryu suddenly snorted. "What the F***CK, Consultant Long, is this script wrong?" Everyone's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and then they reached a consensus. Consultant Long was in an unusually bad mood today, as if she had eaten a few tons of gunpowder. They had to be careful, or else they might be sent to wash toilets for 3 years. The Kelowna Shinryu was indeed in a very bad mood today. Since she woke up in the morning, she had become inexplicably depressed. She hadn't done that thing for more than 2,000 years, so it was definitely not the case. But this feeling of uneasiness was getting stronger, as if someone was plotting against her behind her back, and she couldn't get rid of it. Now, she was completely displeased with whoever she saw, and she couldn't control herself. "Lord Long, so you're here. I've been looking for you for a long time." At this time, a hearty voice came, of course. It was Huoyun who had heard the news and came over. "What are you looking for? You still want me to see you? Who do you think you are?" Huoyun, evil god, who had made a handsome entrance, almost missed the stairs. Fortunately, this was no longer the Forbidden City, and he had perfect control of his body, so he walked down safely. Hua Yin, evil god, immediately smiled. Maybe the people below didn't make it clear. I'll definitely punish them later. Punish them severely. Punish my ass. What else can you do besides deducting your salary? Hua Yin, evil god, couldn't take it anymore, thinking to himself, did this guy take the wrong medicine today? Why is he in full contrarian mode? Consultant Huiyin, Consultant Long seems to be in a bad mood today. An agent whispered carefully in Hua Yun, evil god's ear. It's hard to deal with. You're the one who's in a bad mood. Who are you tomorrow? No. Report to the 18th Bureau this afternoon. Consultant Long, The agent's face suddenly turned pale. Hua Yun, evil god, suddenly waved his hand and said indifferently, Okay, there's nothing for you to do here. You can go back to your posts first. Everyone fled. Hua Yun, evil god, smiled bitterly and said, Lord Long, may I ask if the Bureau has offended you in any way? Cut the crap, spit it out. Long Shirua leaned against the wall and pinched her eyebrows. Anyone could tell that she had something on her mind at first glance. I feel like I've been plotted against. Who's plotting against me? She had an intuition that something had happened to someone close to her. This was the spiritual sense given to her by the land of Kelowna as a Shinryu. Most of the time it was very accurate, especially when it was related to her. The more intense her intuition was. Hua Yun, evil god, pondered for a moment, then said slowly, Consultant Long, Yan Xiaoxi was attacked on the way back, and now he's gone missing with Dr. Zhao from the R&D department. From the wreckage of the plane we found at the scene of the accident, it seems that there was a fierce fight. Your precious disciple is missing? Kelowna's Shinryu frowned. Do you know who did it? The biggest suspect is probably the remnants of Gong Sun Shiyu's gang. Hua Yun, evil god, thought for a moment and said, That day, Gong Sun Shiyu and the acting White Tiger Clan leader were escorted separately for safety reasons. But in the end, the plane carrying Gong Sun Shiyu was still destroyed. It's probably the Michael Club, Gong Sun Shiyu. Long Shirua said, subconsciously, but she stopped abruptly. Hua Yun, evil god, frowned and said, Gong Sun Shiyu? What about him? Is he related to this mysterious club? Kelowna's Shinryu shook his head. I only know that they have some connections, but I'm not sure what exactly. But the Michael Club suffered a major attack a few days ago, and their base was destroyed, and now the remaining guys are wandering around the world. But they should be quiet for a while after their base was destroyed. The club's base. Lord Long, how did you know? Hua Yun, evil god's frown deepened. He felt that the intelligence personnel of the administration this time were really bad. They didn't even have the slightest bit of information about such an important matter. I have my own channels of information. Long Shirua waved her hand and said, Don't ask. Gong Sun Shiyu was on Su Zijuan's list, the seat of the son of the club. But after all, Gong Sun Shiyu was from the Shenyuan Palace. If this matter was spread out, people would know that the Shenyuan Palace, which was guarded by the humans of Kelowna, had a traitor. Seeing that Su Zijuan didn't immediately announce the list, it was obvious that she wanted to deal with this matter internally. She would probably hide the fact that Gong Sun Shiyu was the 26th seat of the club before announcing the list to the public. Little Shi is my disciple. If he could escape, he would have spread the news. Hua Yun, evil god, said in a deep voice, Therefore, I'm afraid that he has fallen into the enemy's hands. What do you want me to do? Shinryu of Kelowna frowned and said, You want me to help you find him? No, I will take care of Little Shi's matter. Hua Yun, evil god, shook his head. But I hope that Lord Long can be the referee of this strength conference. What do you want me to do? Long Shirua couldn't help but open her mouth. Referee? Hua Yun, evil god, added, It's best if you can be the referee as a participant. Long Shirua sneered and said, UF** King arranged it for me? Hua Yun, evil god, smiled bitterly and said, Lord Long, the higher-ups mean that they can facilitate the establishment of a special demon race zone. However, the prerequisite is that we need more rights to speak in the Security Council. Therefore, this time, not only the administration, the Tao Association, and the demon race, these will all be separated into different sects and demon races, and they will all fight under the name of Kelowna. If I don't fight, you don't plan to set up this special demon race zone, right? Shinryu of Kelowna's eyes turned cold. The evil god of fire, Cloud, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then he said, seriously, please believe me. To draw a special zone for the demon race that is big enough for the demon race of the divine land to live in, this country has to bear a lot of pressure for the people. Long Shirua was silent and kept silent. Time passed slowly, and Hui Yin, evil god, stood there motionlessly. After a long time, Long Shirua said calmly, prepare a mask for me. Mask? Hui Yin, evil god, was startled. Long Shirua said impatiently, anything is fine. As long as it can cover my face, I will fight in this competition. Why aren't you going? Thank you, Lord Long. Hua Yun, evil god, nodded and took a step back. After bowing, he strode away. After entering the venue of the power conference, all the transcendent representatives were free to move around. There were no seats arranged for the summit meeting, so they just sat wherever they liked. Basically, they all stayed far away from each other. At this time, in the Lee viewing platform, Riaz and Lyoga were being followed by a team of underwater city guards as they slowly walked through the entrance. However, at the end of the passage, they saw a woman with a voluptuous figure leaning against the wall. She was wearing a black leather coat. Riaz could not help but take a few more glances, and then received a look from Lyoga that said, "Greet me well tonight." He quickly shrunk his neck. The woman, leaning against the wall, then slowly walked toward them. "Greetings, Prince Riaz. I am Lamiaz, the current chief of the Black Order. I believe the underwater city is no stranger to the Black Order." Black Order. Before the final battle of the underwater city, the Black Order was a channel used by Louis XXXIX to explore the surface world. For that reason, the underwater city had also provided the Black Order with many magical technologies, the most unique of which was the design reference of the underwater city's sacred armor, which was supplied to the Black Order's later research and development armament. However, following the death of the previous chief of the Black Order and the unforeseen events of the underwater city, the connection between the underwater city and the Black Order had been severed. Riaz had only heard Lyoga mention it briefly. Lyoga the Witch, who is the shadow of Louis XXXIX, Emperor of the underwater city, was clearly more aware of the partnership with the Black Order. Riaz subconsciously looked at Lyoga. What's left of the Black Order now? At this time, Lyoga said indifferently, "I don't want to talk to small fries. You go, we're going to enter." There's nothing left of the Black Order now. Lamiaz chuckled and said indifferently, "I'm the only one left." In an instant, the blue blood power on Lyoga's body flashed, and she entered a state of stress in an instant. Her face changed slightly, but Lamiaz in front of her still looked calm. Stimulated by Lyoga, the blue blood on Riaz's body was also restless. "I see." Lyoga slowly sighed and dispersed the blue blood power. She thought for a while and said, "It seems that the previous chief of the Black Order is just a small fries. Tell me, why are you looking for the underwater city?" At this time, Lamiaz said with a smile, "I don't know if the prince of the underwater city is interested in marrying another imperial concubine. Are you looking for a fight? I'm just looking for an ally." Riaz, the prince of the underwater city, blinked at this time. What's going on? Chapter 2000. There was no room for Prince Riaz to interrupt. The opposing gazes between Lyoga and Lamiaz made Riaz exclaim how terrifying women were. The Prince of Undersea City only had one thought at this time. Flying Serpent is indeed more adorable. I can assemble it however I want, command it however I want, and take off in any posture I want. It's also very durable. As long as I'm in the mood, I can do it for a whole day. I'm sorry, our prince is not interested in old women who have passed their expiration date. The witch of Undersea City shrugged. Auntie, how old are you this year? In fact, Lamias herself didn't know how old she was, even though her appearance was the same as before the space-time disorder. She was clearly a fully ripe peach in her 20s, and it was still pink. Lamias said indifferently, Miss Beyoncé, I think you may have misunderstood. I don't mean to carry a child in a carriage. I'm talking about the new Dark Saintess of the Black Order. After the reorganization of the Black Order, we re-elected the new Dark Saintess, a 16-year-old girl. If His Highness is willing, the Dark Saintess will be the bridge of communication between the two sides. Unfortunately, Lyoga said indifferently, the law of Undersea City is monogamy. Lamias chuckled and said, I've also read some information about the secret of Undersea City. The royal family of Undersea City doesn't seem to have such a rule, right? Now there is. Lyoga sneered. Riaz, immediately issue a decree to change the marriage model of the royal family to monogamy. What? Why, you don't want to change? The witch of Undersea City looked at her with concern. Riaz smiled bitterly and only responded through the spiritual communication function of the caller. How can I change the law? His Majesty is just sleeping, he didn't die. Besides, aren't you the one in power? Why don't you change it yourself? You want to take a concubine that much. I really don't have this power. The Constitution doesn't give me this power, okay? Trash Riaz. Lamias naturally couldn't hear the conversation between the two in the little mental black room, but she could roughly guess what was going on. She suddenly chuckled and said, Of course, this is just a suggestion. There are many ways to cooperate, and even marriage can't guarantee that the relationship between the two parties will last forever. However, this time I represent the Black Order, and I come with sincerity. Luga frowned. Lamias said directly, When the underwater city first appeared, the first contact was with Kelowna. Perhaps in your opinion, Kelowna has its incomparable superiority, but please don't forget that the interior of Kelowna is complicated. Dao sect, demon clan, administration, and a huge population. I'm afraid it's not so easy for the underwater city to establish itself in Kelowna. Lyoga said calmly, Is the Black Order enough? Lamia smiled and said, If you have seen the history of the North American continent where the Black Order is currently rooted, you will know that the history of this continent is actually very short. The most important thing is that there are not so many myths and legends on this continent, and it can be controlled by the power of human capital. To some extent, this is not something that Kelowna's system can compare with. Of course, we're only talking about convenience. Lyoga suddenly smiled and said, I believe that in addition to your Black Order, other organizations such as the Magician Association should also have very good conditions. Chief Lamias, don't you think you are too anxious? Am I anxious? Lamias smiled casually and said, Perhaps the underwater city is more anxious. With that said, Lamias suddenly approached the witch of the underwater city. She lowered her head slightly and whispered in her ear, The huge submarine that the underwater city supported the Black Order before is still in the dock of the underwater city. Human technology may not be as good as the underwater city, but there are always some devices similar to surveillance that can be transmitted back. Before coming to attend the summit meeting, I watched a very wonderful battle at home. I don't know what the current people will think when they know that the underwater city may just be a broken underwater city that is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Lyoga said calmly, Is that so? Chief Lamias, do you think you know the underwater city well enough? In that case, you can do it at your own pace. It's up to you whether you want to show the humans on the ground or not. It doesn't matter if you want to see if the underwater city is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I think the underwater city will be able to adapt to the battle at its own doorstep. Think about it. Lamias chuckled and said, Anyway, my intention has been conveyed. My obligation as the chief has been fulfilled. Other things have nothing to do with me." The witch of the underwater city couldn't help but frown at this time. What did this woman mean? Wasn't the alliance her own idea? But Lamia's didn't continue to stay. She had been waiting here by herself. So naturally, she would leave by herself at this moment. "Liuga, are you really going to cooperate with the Black Order again?" Riaz more or less understood the character of the witch of the underwater city. When she was silent, it meant that she was seriously considering this matter. Liuga said indifferently, "Why, are you not happy to have another imperial concubine? Anyway, this so-called fiancé of mine is just for show. I will give you a dark saintess to play with. Isn't that good?" Riaz lowered his head and sighed, muttering, "I don't want to play with her. Women are too troublesome. How can they be more fun than Flying Serpent?" The witch of the underwater city looked at him until Riaz broke out in a cold sweat. The witch of the underwater city smiled coldly and did not say anything. She said directly, "Let's go in. Someone actually said that the underwater city is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. As a prince, shouldn't you do something? The underwater city is indeed strong on the outside but weak on the inside. What can I do?" Later, Prince Riaz was pulled by the ear and dragged in. This meeting with the prince of the underwater city didn't seem to be pleasant. Of course, Lamia's didn't expect it to be smooth before this. "Lamia." Suddenly, a faint voice broke into Lamia's ears. She stopped and suddenly turned around. She didn't see a sea of people, but various transcendent teams entering one after another. This name. She only used this name once. In the predecessor of the current inhuman domain, the sacred domain, with the 12 golden warriors in the space of the ancient Greek gods. In front of her were 8 huge stands. Various faces flashed through Lamia's eyes one by one, but she couldn't find the source of the voice that suddenly appeared and disappeared. "Lady Lamia's? Lady Lamia's?" The black-robed nun's voice suddenly pulled Lamia's spirit back to the present world from the ancient 3 realms battlefield mixed with undead, demonic beasts, gods, and golden warriors. "I'm just thinking about something. It's nothing." Lamia's shook her head gently at this time. "Let's go back." "Lady Lamia's, this contact with the underwater city. Did the underwater city agree?" "They didn't refuse." Lamia's said indifferently, "The underwater city won't easily offend any party. It's a third party from the deep sea, so it has a neutral attribute. We just need to show our attitude. It's just that I'm afraid of trouble, so I'm a little early." The black-robed nun nodded and immediately said, "Lady Lamia's, as you estimated before, many transcendent teams have separated themselves in this strength conference. There are even people who directly participate in the battle under their own names." Lamia's chuckled and said, "It's not that I'm the same as I expected. This is the development that will happen. A country, a region, only get a place in the board of directors after risking their lives. There's no meaning at all. The big forces have been developing for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or even longer. To force these people to be fair with small groups that they have never heard of. Do you think this is fair? The so-called World Transcendent Association. What's the difference between it and a chamber of commerce in a certain industry? Then, should we also participate in the battle under different names? No." Lamia's said indifferently, "It's such a troublesome thing, I'll go up myself. As long as I beat the guy who doesn't want to join the board of directors, the effect will be the same." The black-robed nun suddenly showed a look of awe. She had experienced the scene of Chief Lamia's seizing power. Not long ago, Lady Lamia's suddenly appeared in the headquarters of the Black Order and suppressed the remaining forces of the Black Order with absolute power. It was still unforgettable. "My lady, do you think that the person from that day—" The black-robed nun opened her mouth and then carefully said, "That taboo person who can't be mentioned will also appear in the strength conference today?" "Taboo person? The guy whose name can't be mentioned? Lamia's was stunned and then laughed. Do you think it's Voldemort, the guy whose name can't be mentioned? You guys, how scared are you? That person has already said that he's just a businessman. He may not be interested in the small squabbles of mortals. Listening to the tone of the new chief, she seemed to know the person who can't be mentioned. The black-robed nun could not help but be startled at this time and had a lot on her mind. Lamia suddenly said at this time, By the way, although the underwater city did not directly reject the cooperation, it directly rejected the marriage. You can rest assured. This. The black-robed nun quickly lowered her head and said at this time, No matter what I do in the future, I will listen to Lady Lamia's orders. Lamia's said indifferently, Okay, I'm not as bad as the previous chief who needs a girl to sell her body to fight for benefits. This matter is just for Katerina and the other old people to see. Don't take it to heart. I'll go prepare for the entrance. The black-robed nun quickly said at this time. Lamia's nodded directly. After the black-robed nun left quickly, she looked back again and looked around the stands. With a trace of doubt, the new chief of the Black Order also returned with a trace of doubt. Name, where do you belong? True Truth Sect, Kelowna Tao Association. This is my membership certificate in the association. One of the entrances of the Power Conference, an old Taoist with a childish face and white hair was reporting at this time. The old Taoist was followed by a few people. The agent in charge of the registration was searching for information in the alliance. Well, the Tao Association does have the name True Truth Sect. Who are these people? At this time, the old senior Yang Taizi looked at Mr. Song's group behind him and then said, without changing his expression, They are all my disciples. Disciples? There are foreigners. The agent in charge of the registration couldn't help but look up and size up at this time. Two young and beautiful women, a foreign youth, and a middle-aged man dressed in the Ming Kingdom. This team style is very unique, isn't it? Distinctionless education, distinctionless education. The old senior, young Taizi, said at this time. The agent in charge of the registration nodded and then gave Yang Taizi a number plate, politely, telling him not to bring anyone in. In fact, the superior had given the order. As long as they had the certificate, they could be allowed to enter at an appropriate time. He didn't know about the other transcendent representatives, but just the Tao Sect Association of the Divine Land alone had split into at least 30 teams this time. The disciples of many sects had rushed over from other places overnight. In front of the Soon platform, Name, where do you belong? Momo, the successor of the Taoist master sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain. This is my certificate. Yes, there is no mistake. But may I ask, Mr. Momo, what are you carrying on your back? You can take it as... Momo smiled faintly, something like a weapon. Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Dragon Tiger Mountain was a sect with a long history, but it had very few successors and kept a low profile. However, there were always successors who came to subdue demons and demons. For the administration, they were the righteous people among the people. The administration had a good impression of this kind of people who volunteered to subdue demons and demons. But to use such a big wooden box to carry a weapon, were you planning to smash your opponent to death with talismans? Do you need to open it? No, please come in, Taoist Master Momo. In the kin platform. Night mechanism. The agent, who was in charge of registration, looked at him in confusion, because the man who claimed to be Knight Gareth seemed to be in a very bad state. Let's not talk about the smell of sweat coming from his face. Just looking at this guy's dirty face, it was as if he had just climbed out of a mud pit. In short, he looked like he had overworked himself and was exhausted. Mr. Gareth was still leaning on a sword, which was the sword that he had used to walk over. Is there a problem? No problem. The agent who was in charge of registration quickly said, But Mr. Gareth, you don't look very well. Do you need help? We have a medical team here. Mr. Gareth said seriously, "If you can give me a few bottles of energy mixture for infusion, I'll be very grateful." This is not a problem," the agent said in a daze. "Aye, I'll get someone to prepare it right away." In short, this Mr. Gareth seemed to be really poor in money. In the Lee platform, name, affiliation. The agent who was in charge of registration was writing rapidly with his head down, recording something. He didn't raise his head when he felt someone coming. If you don't have an affiliation, can you participate in your own name? If you don't have an affiliation, use your own place of birth as the division and fill out a form like this. As the agent spoke, he picked up a form from the side and laid it out. He looked up at this time. Suddenly, the agent who was in charge of the complicated registration at the Lee platform seemed to be petrified. His mind was blank. "Just pretend you didn't see me and continue with your work. This is the form I filled out. Sorry to disturb you." The agent's pupils were scattered like a puppet. He subconsciously reached out to take back the form, then nodded silently. For a long time, the agent was like this. It wasn't until someone came to the registration area and shouted a few times that the agent turned around. "Are you still going to register or not? You've been in a daze. Is this how the Kelowna administration receives people?" "Sorry, I'll register you right away." The agent took a deep breath and shook his head gently to get rid of the confusion. He started his work again. He lowered his head and saw that there was an extra form in his hand. It was an application form to participate in the competition as an individual. Participant, Little Mage and Pansy team location. City of exclusion, nothing, just 2 items. "It'll be weird if it passes," the agent muttered, but he still took the form in the end. Chapter 2001. Rice cakes, peeled grapes, diced mangoes and bananas soaked in yogurt, and a cup full of honey water. Luo Dance was now in front of Su Zijuan, arranging these things one by one like offerings on an altar. "What are you doing?" Su Zijuan squinted, watching the live broadcast. The butterfly monster said naturally, "So you won't be hungry at noon. I've also prepared something for you, Sister Zijuan." "I don't eat these things." Su Zijuan snorted. "Not these, it's this." Then the butterfly monster stuffed a grape-sized ball into Su Zijuan's mouth. The princess of Shenyuan royal family frowned and wanted to spit it out, but a fishy smell rushed into her nose. Su Zijuan's canine teeth were bitten open by the thing in her mouth. "What's this?" Su Zijuan blinked and made a cracking sound. "Broken ice made of blood," Luo Dance said. "I mixed some honey and yogurt." Although the taste was very novel, he felt that Hamba's body would eventually end up with diarrhea. Su Zijuan opened her mouth. At the same time, the butterfly monster stuffed something into her mouth again. It turned out to be a long stick of blood popsicle. Then the butterfly monster held the pillow and turned on the TV. She held the honey water and watched carefully. "Wow, I seem to see. Hey, who is this? He looks familiar." "This is Bai Jia, a Taoist priest of Kunlun Mountain, a shameless old man," Su Zijuan said indifferently with the blood popsicle in her mouth. But at this time, the doorbell of the pet hospital rang. It was the back doorbell. Su Zijuan frowned and asked, "Is there anyone who wants to see a doctor or get medicine today?" "No," the butterfly monster said directly. "It's closed these days. Even if someone wants to take medicine, I'll send it directly. I don't know who it is at this time. It should be that guy you go to open the door." The little butterfly monster responded, put on her slippers, and hurriedly opened the back door. When she opened the back door, she saw a tall figure with his head down. She had one hand on her hat, revealing her long black hair that looked like seaweed. Her other hand was stretched out horizontally, and her right leg was raised, leaning against her left leg. Half of her buttocks were raised up, and half of her buttocks were raised. The moment the door was opened, the tall figure suddenly turned 360 degrees, followed by moonwalk and break dance. After a while, he stopped and opened his hands. "Surprise! Zijuan Wu. It's you, ha! The butterfly monster blinked her eyes. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "It's me." The man took off his sunglasses, revealing a hairy face. "Brother Shaosheng, it's you. Huh. Are you shocked by my new dress? Yo, yo, the little butterfly from the hospital. Yo, you're still so cute. Yo, yo, it's really Mr. Sun." Luo Dance was stunned at this time. "But why are you?" Sun Shaosheng had been missing for a long time. Since Sun Shaosheng left the City of Forbidden, the Elysium Bar here had been closed. The monsters in the City of Forbidden had one less place to release their stress as social animals. "I called Sun Shaosheng here." Su Zijuan's voice came from behind at this time. "Come in. Don't stand outside stupidly." 8 stands, 8 registration booths, and hundreds of staff on the spot. The list of participants of the Power Conference had been freshly released. At the same time, the registration booths were closed. At this time, those who hadn't registered were automatically regarded as giving up the qualification to participate and the qualification to be a member of the Security Council, but retain the right to participate in the World Extraordinary Association and become a member. There were more teams than expected. The list was a little thick. Fire Cloud, Evil God, weighed the list in his hand and was too lazy to look carefully. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. The news that the Taoist Association and the Monster Alliance in Kelowna had automatically split off to participate in the war had spread early. For this reason, many regions followed suit. There were really all kinds of strange teams coming out. There were even a bunch of people who participated in the war in their own name. The most interesting thing was that a region in Oceania had temporarily declared independence yesterday and joined the war after becoming an independent country. It seemed to be called Hurt. Perhaps after today's conference, it would directly disappear and become the first country to perish because of the Power Conference and be recorded in the history books. At this time, the door of the command room of the Chen stand was directly opened. Shinryu of Kelowna was walking in with an anti-face. His dead fish eyes made people tremble. "Old fart, what are you doing? Hasn't it started yet? I'm telling you, I'll leave whether I can finish it before dark or not." "It's about to start, Lord Long, don't be anxious." Fire Cloud, Evil God, laughed and said, "This is the overall list of names for this competition. As the referee, you should hold a copy." Shinryu of Kelowna reluctantly took a stack and said without looking at it, "Where's the thing I asked you to prepare?" "It's ready, Consultant Long." An agent quickly walked over and held out a black balaclava with both hands. "What is this?" Long Shirua glanced at it and immediately frowned. The agent quickly said, "This is the latest 6th-generation mask developed by the agency. Not only does it have the functions of a normal mask, but it also has a thermal imaging function and a tactical reclining dodge function. Additionally, it's made of breathable fabric, like a thief." Shinryu of Kelowna of Shinryu snorted and waved his hand. His palm formed a claw and directly grabbed a piece of stone from the wall. The moment the stone flew over, it was crazily cut by something. When it fell into Kelowna of Shinryu's hand, it had turned into a stone Dragon King mask. Then he directly pressed it on his face. "This is what you call a mask. You can do it yourself. Why did you ask us to prepare for it?" Okay, you can go do your work." Fire Cloud, Evil God, waved his hand and immediately looked at Long Shua and said, "Lord Long, since you're ready, let's go." There was no scene of a sea of people, although there were definitely a lot of people in the 8 stands. When they were scattered, it felt like they were in 2s and 3s. At the same time, it was very quiet. Everyone had entered the arena and was ready. In other words, those who should come have come. At this time on the heaven stage, Fire Cloud, Evil God, who was wearing a white training suit, and a woman wearing an ancient Dragon King mask, walked out at the same time. The focus of all eyes was on Fire Cloud, Evil God, and the woman wearing the ancient Dragon King mask. This woman's identity seemed to be confirmed. Kelowna of Shinryu. Kelowna of Shinryu had always participated in the Extraordinary Summit meeting. But until now, Kelowna of Shinryu had never officially appeared. This was the first time she appeared in the eyes of the world. This woman, surnamed Long. Why is she wearing such an ugly mask? Below the stage, in one of the stands, in the camp of the Magician Association, the Tower Master of Crimson Blaze, Evil God, snorted at this time. She doesn't have the face to see people? That's right, this shameless woman is burning, killing, and looting everywhere. She definitely doesn't have the face to see people. In all honesty, although Kelowna of Shinryu would occasionally go to the inhuman domain, in the name of visiting her cheap disciple, the Tower Master of Radiance, she had never committed arson or murder. The Ice Tower Master could only ask her hot-tempered husband to speak less. At this time, Fire Cloud, Evil God, opened his mouth to speak. Looking around, Fire Cloud, Evil God, felt that he had the temperament of a peerless master. However, he wasn't necessarily weaker than Fire Cloud, Evil God in some aspects. Therefore, he didn't plan to pretend for too long. After clearing his throat, he directly spoke. His voice slowly spread throughout the entire arena, and everyone could hear him clearly. This method of transmitting sound without the help of any equipment could be considered a standard configuration. At this time, the media felt that it was a novelty, but it didn't attract too much attention. I believe that everyone has waited for a long time, so I won't waste any more words. Now, as the representative of Kelowna administration, I announce that the first World Extraordinary Martial Arts Conference. Isn't it the Strength Conference? This old dog actually smuggled his own stuff. Cough, cough. For the sake of convenience, this conference will be called the Strength Conference from now on. Fire Cloud, Evil God, said, and suddenly stretched out his hand. At the same time, between the stands, those stone pillars carved with the image of a divine dragon spitting out pearls had their pearls peeled off in an instant, and then shot toward Fire Cloud, Evil God. At this time, Fire Cloud, Evil God was flicking his fingers at the pearls that were flying toward him. Through his flicking fingers, each of the pearls was shot in all directions of the 8 trigrams grandstand and fell into the hands of some people. And these people were the ancient extraordinary giants like the Magician Association. However, not all of the pearls were ejected, and there were still 2/3 of them left. At this time, Fire Cloud, Evil God slowly said, "Each of the pearls will represent a spot in the board of directors. The side that has already obtained the pearls will temporarily obtain a spot." He suddenly paused and looked around. When he saw that the venue had become restless in an instant, he said indifferently, "What I'm saying is that we've temporarily obtained a place, not that we've already confirmed this place. Everyone can start the challenge. If you feel that you have enough ability, you can choose to challenge the side that has already obtained the temporary spots. And the holder of the temporary spots must accept the challenge." There was nothing to say. If you feel that your fist is bigger, then go and grab it. What he meant was, you are also welcome to grab it in this competition. Then what about the remaining spots? In an instant, a sharp voice came from one of the stands. Fire Cloud, Evil God had only ejected 1/3 of the pearls, and there were still many left. The Evil God of Fire Cloud said calmly, "This is the second competition format of this assembly. As long as anyone feels that they are qualified, they can directly come up to the stage to claim a provisional qualification, and then automatically become a provisional substitute member and also accept challenges until there is no one left to challenge any of the pearls." The atmosphere of the scene was a little different in an instant. There was a trace of desolation. But Fire Cloud, Evil God's next words were like a huge wave of waves. "Now, I will announce the last competition system. The candidates who have already obtained the temporary spots can also challenge other qualified holders. That is, until no one challenges, each person or each side can have a maximum of 3 pearls. Above." After saying that, Fire Cloud, Evil God, directly pushed the remaining pearls forward. In an instant, the remaining pearls shot directly to the top of the huge stage. Moreover, Fire Cloud, Evil God, showed off a lot, and used his supreme true power to arrange these pearls into the shape of the Big Dipper. "Why don't you embroider a flower on it?" Kelowna's Shinryu immediately said. Thus, Fire Cloud, evil god, couldn't take it anymore, and directly rushed out of the heaven stands, stepped on the air, and grabbed 3 pearls from the top of the stage, steadily landed on the stage, and loudly said, "The first session of the World Extraordinary Martial Arts Competition officially begins." His voice shook all directions. Mother asterisk her, this old dog is so shameless. He actually grabbed 3 pearls for himself, and only gave us 1. What is the meaning of this? No one knew where the voice came from, but it was definitely from one of the ancient, extraordinary forces. However, Fire Cloud Evil God was currently standing on the stage, and his meaning was very clear. Anyone could come and snatch it. However, for a long while, the people present at the competition didn't move. At this time, Fire Cloud Evil God said indifferently, "It seems that everyone still needs some time to digest this competition's rules. Then I will return to the stage first and quietly await everyone's challenge." He immediately leaped back to his seat. At this time, the pearls that represented the temporary qualifications were still hovering above the stage, but the 8 stands still didn't move. "Since everyone is so modest, then I won't be polite." In an instant, a black shadow directly shot out and then rushed to the pearls of the Big Dipper and directly grabbed 3 pearls with one hand. This person was wrapped in a black robe and wore a silver mask, and at the same time carried 3 scattered cross swords on his back. His body was thin, but he gave off a fierce, murderous aura. With the 3 pearls in his hand, the man steadily landed in the center of the stage like Fire Cloud Evil God. He looked forward, and at a glance in his line of sight, the extraordinary people on the 4 stands all looked at him with shocked gazes. The man chuckled. Then, "I will kindly accept these." Before he finished his words, the man suddenly felt a terrible heavy blow from the back of his head, and then there was no more, and then. Behind the man, Father Stella, who was wearing big pants, said loudly at this time, "F***CKU. Forget about the first one, and now another one? Do you think I'm dead?" With that, Father Stella directly kicked the man out of the stage dozens of meters away and even spat. When did Father Stella go up, it seemed that no one noticed. This priest of the church going up on stage was fine, but squatting and beating people with a stick was really Paladin Wasco couldn't watch anymore. He only hoped that no one noticed his existence at this time. As for Miss Nun, Lavinia, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, don't faint. Father Stella didn't seem to be interested in what the 2 people of the church looked like. At this time, he weighed the 3 pearls in his hand, and after thinking for a while, he suddenly flicked one of the pearls back to the Big Dipper in the sky. Father Stella now held 2 pearls in his hand, stood still, and even put the weapon used to beat people with a stick directly on his shoulder, waiting. This weapon was the legendary physics Holy Sword. Chow Gun. Chapter 2002. Father Stella had been standing on the stage for quite a while, but ever since the guy who was knocked unconscious by the physics Holy Sword was brought off the stage, no one else went on stage. Originally, it was expected that the Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner of the Magician Association should have gone on stage to look for trouble. But he didn't. Everyone's line of sight and camera almost simultaneously shifted to the Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner. The Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner just sat there silently with his hands crossed. His face was expressionless, as if he had no intention of making a move. This was strange. Father Stella had insulted the Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner during the summit meeting. The Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner shouldn't be able to tolerate this, right? But now this Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner, not to mention going on stage, he didn't even have the slightest bit of murderous aura. Logically speaking, after leaving the Forbidden City, the various representatives of the Transcendence would more or less reveal a trace of unusual aura. But the Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner at this moment, if one didn't pay attention, it would be easy to overlook his existence. Time passed little by little. The Scarlet Blaze Tower's owner seemed to be getting on stage, But Father Stella was still looking at Xiao Gun standing on the stage. He couldn't just drag on like this. At this moment, Kelowna Shinryu, wearing the Dragon King mask, directly stepped on the air and landed on the stage. The priest's gaze instantly froze. He raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth. "I see that your figure is quite good. You must be very durable." But before the priest finished speaking, Kelowna Shinryu, who landed on the stage, directly waved his hand and a golden, dragon-shaped shockwave shot out. At this moment, Father Stella didn't seem to care about his mouth. He held the physics holy sword in his hand and directly smashed towards the golden, dragon-shaped shockwave. The shockwave wasn't smashed away in an instant. Father Stella's body was directly pushed back a distance of 7 or 8 meters before the physics holy sword finally smashed the shockwave away. The people watching the live broadcast didn't know what was going on at the scene, but some of the netizens were in an uproar. It was unknown which little genius uploader it was, but he had actually added a classic "No One Can Beat Me" in BMG BGM when it came to Kelowna Shinryu's appearance, a variation of the Unspeakable Sutra, outshining the others. On the field, Father Strahl, who had stopped, switched the crowbar from his right hand to his left and then shook his right palm. The sharp-eyed people could even see that Father Strahl's right palm was already steaming and turning red at this time. "Forget it. I'm not going to fight with a guy with a blue lock, unless the officials give me an explanation." Father Stella's voice was very low, so low that only Kelowna Shinryu could hear it. Long Shra looked deeply at this talkative priest and said indifferently, "Got it. Go back to where you belong. Since you've taken the 3 beads, don't disturb the proceedings of the conference. Otherwise, as the referee of this conference, I have no choice but to take action against you." Kelowna Shinryu's voice was very loud, probably to deliberately let the world hear it, especially the latter half of his words. "Referee." Kelowna Shinryu was not a contestant, she was the referee. At this moment, Father Stella shrugged, patted his butt, and left directly as if he had no backbone at all and really patted his butt. As the referee? In the crowd, a man wearing a wrinkled white suit could not help but frown at this moment. Farrell. But at this moment, Mr. Gareth, who was beside Farrell, seemed to be relieved. Fortunately, the referee is not on the field. This time, there will be one less strong opponent in this conference. While saying this, Mr. Gareth was holding the only bead in his hand. This was shot by the evil god of the fire cloud before the start of the conference. The moment the bead was shot, Mr. Gareth felt a little surprised. He thought that with the night mechanism's current condition, it would be difficult to be recognized as a first-line force by the Kelowna administration. In short, Mr. Gareth felt that as long as he could keep this bead, he could go back and report to Her Majesty. By the way, Mr. Gareth was now on an infusion of glucose and saline. Not good. Who would have thought that Farrell would directly say such a thing at this time, as if he was about to make a move? Mr. Gareth was so scared that he did not care about his manners at this time, and directly reached out to hug him from behind. But how could Farrell be hugged by a man from behind? With a flash, he had already escaped from Mr. Gareth's surprise attack. Just as Mr. Gareth's expression turned bitter and he was inwardly cursing, Farrell stopped. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese tunic suit appeared silently in front of Farrell. He had white hair on both sides of his head, and his expression was dignified. This man at this time chuckled and said, "Kelowna is a big place with abundant resources, and capable people are everywhere. Not to mention, there are many strong foreign guests gathered here. Mr. Farrell, why are you in such a hurry? Don't scare them away." Farrell did not understand. Mr. Gareth had learned Kelowna language for a few years, but with half a bucket of knowledge, he could only understand the general idea. This was actually translated by Wolfgang later on. Yes, at this time there were 2 people in front of Farrell. One was Mr. Song, and the other was Wolfgang. Mr. Gareth did not know where these 2 guys came from, but since they dared to stand in front of Farrell, they seemed to know each other? All right. Farrell nodded calmly and stood to the side, not moving a muscle. Mr. Gareth was secretly relieved, but when he looked at Mr. Song, they had already disappeared. When did they leave? Suddenly, Mr. Gareth felt that the bead that Fire Cloud, evil god shot seemed to be a hot thing. He had no one to discuss it with at this time. The number of people who came to the night institution this time was very small, and he was the only one who could take charge. As for Lancelot, who came later, she was not here at this time. Lancelot was in the lounge at this time. She said that she was inexplicably caught and trained for a night, so she was dirty. She wanted to take a bath and change her clothes. Just at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. Although I am a referee, I will also participate in this conference as a contestant. I remember that, at the summit, someone said that he wanted to challenge me. You, get down here yourself. Hearing this, Mr. Gareth's face turned pale. Can't you finish your words at once? Kelowna Shinryu's announcement that he would be the referee caused a small commotion. But before the commotion completely stopped, Long Shirwa spoke again. She announced that she would also participate in this competition as a contestant. This was very uncomfortable. Why is it that the strong people of Kelowna are each more outstanding than the other? But at this time, the strong people who were watching the show tacitly turned their attention to this strength conference. Oh, the initiator of the First World Extraordinary Martial Arts Competition, a strong person from ancient Persia, a legendary warrior who called himself Hama. The man had a unique beard, a large white cloth wrapped around his head, and a scimitar embedded with gems on his waist. At this time, Kelowna Shinryu's voice had not yet faded away. The legendary warrior instantly pulled out the scimitar on his waist, shouted something, and directly turned into a flash of light, shooting toward the stage of the conference. A strong airflow bounced around the legendary warrior, and at this time the stage was swept up by a sandstorm. Special effects momentum. For a moment, the limelight was unparalleled. But when the sandstorm was about to invade the stage, Kelowna Shinryu once again waved his hand and slapped out a dragon-shaped shockwave. The attacking fan was not like Father Stella's holy sword, which could break the dragon-shaped shockwave, but it was scattered by itself. The figure of Hama was directly sent flying in the air and smashed into the ground outside the stage. The legendary warrior from ancient Persia was directly buried in the ground above his chest. At this time, Hama pressed his hands on the ground and used all his strength to pull his body out, but he was covered in dust and looked very embarrassed. If you can blow even a grain of sand into this stage, it's my loss. Kelowna Shinryu snorted coldly at this time. You've gone too far. You're the one who provoked me in public. If you have the ability, blow a grain of sand into this stage. Kelowna Shinryu was too lazy to say more at this time. Don't be incompetent and furious. She was in a bad mood today, and now her mood was getting worse. Since she stepped on this stage, the restlessness and uneasiness had increased exponentially. It was as if something bad was about to happen. At this time, Long Shirwa was not in the mood to care about this so-called extraordinary person who came out of nowhere. Ancient Persia myths? She did not mean to look down on this divine system. But at this time, Kelowna Shinryu was inexplicably irritated. Even if the immortals came, if they did not like this, they might come up and beat them up. Roar! At this time, the legendary warrior roared angrily at this time, and suddenly a powerful force rose from Hama's body. At the same time, Hama even took out a small bottle from his arms. He pressed his thumb and directly broke the cap of the small bottle, as if he wanted to drink it. However, before Hama drank the liquid in the small bottle, a huge golden dragon claw appeared in front of him. The dragon claw directly grabbed his body. As the true dragon of the divine land on the stage raised and waved his hand, the legendary warrior kicked. Lifted up, smashed down, lifted up, smashed down, lifted up again, and smashed down again, until he started to doubt his life. After more than 100 hits, the golden dragon claw disappeared, leaving behind the legendary warrior, Hama, who was paralyzed like a pile of mud outside the stage that was full of potholes. At this time, Hama, who was lying on the ground with one last breath, moved his fingers and opened his eyes reluctantly. He seemed to be looking for something around him. But when he saw a small bottle that had fallen beside him, the liquid in the small bottle spilled out directly into the soil and then instantly evaporated. The legendary warrior was dumbfounded. No, no. He used his last bit of strength to quickly crawl to the side of the bottle, reaching out to grab a handful of soil and stuffed it directly into his mouth. No, no. This legendary warrior had already stuffed the third handful of soil into his mouth, and it seemed that he couldn't stop at all. Everyone was shocked by this legendary warrior's behavior, but there were many transcendents present, and at this time they understood the warrior's mood very well. Because this bottle of medicine was really expensive, but it wasn't unreasonably expensive because its effect was absolutely amazing. But the problem was that Hao-Ma didn't even have time to drink it before it was all spilled. Well, could it be that, besides us, someone else also got God's tear from Master Kelowna? What is he doing eating soil? On the spectator stand, on the side of Kelowna Taoism Association, Song Haoran looked at this legendary warrior eating soil with interest and was slightly surprised. Taoist Master 100 Tribulations, who was sitting next to him, said, "Usually a ghost eating soil is a poor ghost who has no one to burn incense for him. He has nothing to eat, so he can only eat soil." "President, you mean this legendary warrior is possessed by a ghost?" Song Haoran said with a strange expression, "And he's a poor ghost." Taoist Master 100 Tribulations laughed. "Our Kelowna's ghost shouldn't possess this barbarian's body. But this guy looks really poor, and he's going to die young. Well, it shouldn't be like this." "President, you know physiognomy?" Song Haoran asked curiously. Taoist Master 100 Tribulations laughed. Just a little, just a little." Song Haoran shook his head inwardly. At this moment, the legendary warrior, Hao-Ma, seemed to be lifted up by something and was thrown back to the spectator stand where he was originally sitting. At this moment, Hao-Ma, who was kindly thrown back to the spectator stand by Kelowna's Shinryu, had a mouth full of soil, but his eyes were unfocused and he seemed to have lost his soul. Hao-Ma's whole body was paralyzed, and the people from the same group went up to check on him with grief and anger. The legendary warrior was muttering to himself as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he could only say Abba Abba. The leader of the ancient Persian Shinryu team said loudly, "Kelowna's Shinryu will remember this. Abba Abba, oh, poor Hao-Ma, you're the legendary warrior. Perhaps after today, Hao-Ma would become the legendary Abba." After throwing the legendary warrior back to his original seat, Kelowna's Shinryu looked around. Seeing that no one was going to stand on the spectator stand, he directly grabbed 3 pearls from the Big Dipper in the sky, and then jumped back to the Chen spectator stand next to Fire Cloud, Evil God. Lord Long, Hao-Ma seemed to have taken out something at the end, and it was supposed to be used. Maybe it was something he thought could turn the situation around. Fire Cloud, Evil God chuckled and said, "Lord Long, you have great foresight. You killed your opponent before he even used his trump card. You are truly brilliant." Kelowna's Shinryu nodded lightly, and then didn't say anything. Enigmatic, he directly walked into the tunnel behind the spectator stand. "Old man, you take care of them. I need to take a call." "Lord Long, don't worry." Fire Cloud, Evil God laughed. Kelowna's side already had 6 pearls. It was a good sign. As soon as he walked into the tunnel, Kelowna's Shinryu directly hid in a corner, then picked up the phone, covered his mouth, and said in a low voice, "Hello? Sister Ren, are you looking for me? I was washing clothes, so I didn't hear the call, sorry." It's okay. I just wanted to see what you were doing." "Xiaoxi, are you watching TV?" "It's very exciting. It's much better than Ultraman beating the little monsters. Quick, look." "Okay, I'll turn on the TV after I dry the clothes." "Good girl, Xiaoxi." Kelowna's Shinryu didn't have any foresight. It was just that when Hao-Ma was about to take the pills, the phone suddenly rang and vibrated in her pocket, distracting her. Chapter 2003. The old man, Fire Cloud, shamelessly took the 3 beads and left. After Father Stella slapped them in the face, the church also had 3 beads. As for Kelowna's Shinryu, after defeating the legendary Aba warrior Hama, he also took 3 beads. Currently, Kelowna's side was temporarily leading with 6 beads, faster than the other transcendents by a few lengths. Do you think this is a horse race? A few lengths. Madame Rin could not help but glare at Old Q. A third-rate trash magazine like them naturally did not have their own channel, so they could only rely on an online platform to do a live text broadcast. I think it's more lively this way. Old Q thought for a while. Madame Rin immediately lost her temper and continued to pay attention to the live competition. She did not have any idea at first. When Fire Cloud Demon God showed his hand, she did not feel anything, but when Stella knocked him out, she felt this way. But when Kelowna's Shinryu used Shockwave, she felt that it was full. After that, when Long Shirwa defeated the legendary warrior Hauma, she wanted to stand up and cheer, okay? Who did not have a sense of national pride these days. They were just short of holding up banners and burning firecrackers to form a human wave chorus. The special effects were full, the budget was exploding, and the eyes were filled with holy light. This was what the so-called transcendence should be like. Many people even specially asked for leave today and stayed at home to watch the world flourish. That's right, at this moment the world's economy stopped. But after Kelowna's Shinryu left the stage, no one else stepped on the stage for a full 10 minutes. Trash! I already have 3 beads. I won't go on stage and wait for a spot. You don't even dare to go on stage. Father Stella shouted at the top of his voice. You spineless people still want to compete with me, Stella? Come on. Come and challenge me if you have the ability. It was hard for Paladin Wasco to judge whether the church had gained the upper hand in the upcoming matches. But one thing was for sure, the church's hatred towards Stella had exploded. This was outside the city of abstinence. Sister Lavinia's baseball bat and folding stool could not subdue Stella at all. However, it had to be said that Father Stella's shout was very effective. It was like a signal, and in a split second, hundreds of strong auras emerged from the 8 grandstands. The aurora-like brilliance filled the stage of Power Conference, and at the same time, a dozen figures dashed out together. Their goal was the many pearls arranged in the Big Dipper on the stage. After the dozens of figures took the lead, in the next moment, another dozens of black figures took action at lightning speed. However, although the number of remaining pearls was not small, it was not enough to provide 3 pearls for each person. In other words, the first wave of fierce battles had only officially begun. The evil god of Fire Cloud, Stella, Kelowna, and Shinryu made their moves as if it was the opening ceremony of the conference. This was the real Power Conference. In an instant, the 100 by 100 meter stage could not accommodate so many extraordinary moves at once. Among them were Dao arts, demonic secret arts, magic and shroud techniques, transformation techniques, and even burst techniques. Although the stage was huge, how could it withstand the bombardment of so many extraordinary powers? Seeing that the eruption of extraordinary powers was about to reach the 8 viewing platforms, the faces of the reporters in the media zone instantly turned pale. Faced with the onslaught of such terrifying powers, the puny ordinary people couldn't even escape. At this time, Kelowna and Shinryu made their move. As the referee of the competition, she clasped her hands together and opened them. Instantly, a wall of golden light rose up from the edges of the stage, trapping all the transcendents who had entered to compete for the beads in this 100-meter by 100-meter space. The appearance of the golden wall blocked all the extraordinary powers that were shooting at random. This meant that Kelowna and Shinryu were setting up this barrier with their own power. However, even with such a sturdy barrier, Kelowna and Shinryu did not seem to be affected at all. Her voice was like the might of heaven, filling every corner of the conference venue. I will give you 5 minutes to fight for the pearls. After 5 minutes, return to your seats. Then the competition will begin. Those who break the rules will be trapped in this barrier forever. This barrier, I can keep it open until the end of time. Try it if you don't believe me." Some people did not believe her and madly attacked the golden wall at the edge. However, even after hundreds of attacks, the golden wall did not budge at all. This terrifying barrier could be kept open until the end of time? How was that possible? The power of the earth is flowing to her. On the grandstand, the Ice Tower Master of the Magician Association said helplessly in a low voice, "Endless, endless." As expected, no one can defeat Shinryu in this land. I'm afraid that the consumption of this barrier cannot compare to the speed of replenishment. To the transcendence of this world, the true dragon is like a nuclear bomb that can be fired without limit. Every move of hers is an ultimate move, but we can't. Unless it is an instant kill situation, otherwise. The Scarlet Flame Tower Master, who hadn't spoken for a long time, suddenly said this. Then he shook his head and suddenly said, "In order to defeat her, perhaps the only way is when she leaves this place. But the chances of victory are almost negligible." The Ice Tower Master bitterly smiled. Even without the power of the earth, her body is already the limit of what this world can contain. If you can trap her, won't she escape? The Scarlet Blaze Tower Master did not say anything. He thought that if he could lure Shinryu into the inhuman domain, and then use the first Tower Master Hui Yao's control of the inhuman domain, would it be possible to trap Shinryu in Kelowna? Unfortunately, Hui Yao was just a guy who was obsessed with the pursuit of the truth of magic. He had no interest in the struggles of the modern world. Zhong Luoyue was listening to the conversation between the two Tower Masters. She looked at the battle on the stage and saw that Shinryu in Kelowna was able to suppress so many powerful people by herself. She finally understood. Kelowna. As long as they had Shinryu in Kelowna, they would be able to fight against the extraordinary of the entire world. In the long history of the world, the ancient transcendents had always classified the divine land as a forbidden zone for transcendence. It was not without reason. The outside world was very big. However, was Kelowna that small? Kelowna. This was the country with the largest population in the world. Zhong Luoyue suddenly lowered her head and looked at the bead in her hand. When the fire cloud evil god shot a bead in front of the Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower, the Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower threw it to her. It was obvious that the Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower did not care about the so-called advantage at the beginning of the battle. However, Zhong Luoyue was thinking about another matter. The Magician Association also wanted to get more members of the board of directors. Otherwise, the Magician Association, the oldest and most powerful organization in the European continent, only had so few members. It would not be good if word got out. However, whether it was the Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower or the Ice Tower Master, they did not seem to have any plans to make a move. What were they waiting for? What kind of opportunity? However, Zhong Luoyue was careful. She realized that in this competition, there were not many people from the Kelowna Tao Association or the Demon Race Alliance who participated. Most of the people who participated were the teams that did not attract too much attention during the extraordinary summit a few days ago. In an instant, Zhong Luoyue understood what the Tower Master of the Crimson Blaze Tower and the Tower Master of the Ice Frost Tower were waiting for. Those who did not participate were waiting for the same thing. They must be aiming for an accurate sniper. These guys, it's useless to snatch. They must be able to protect it. On the spectator stand, the young Celestial Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountains sat with his legs together. There was a big dumpling that had just been unwrapped on his leg. He casually ate it with 2 wooden chopsticks and muttered, "What a group of old people! By the way, Mr. Farrell, we meet again." The young Celestial Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain suddenly raised his head and looked behind him. In his inverted vision, there was an expressionless man wearing a wrinkled white suit. The young Celestial Master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain blinked and said, "There's only one dumpling left today." "I'm looking forward to your performance. Farrell said indifferently. Let's talk about it after we're full. You'll lose energy if you're hungry. Momo answered casually. Besides, it's more likely that I'm here to join in the fun. After all, there are already so many seniors from Kelowna. Juniors like us should just stay outside and shout. You have such strength, Farrell said. Why don't you show it to the world? Even if you do, the world won't become peaceful. This kind of thing is very troublesome. Momo shrugged and said, Besides, there's an old saying in Kelowna, there's always someone better than you. You'll never know how insignificant you are. It's too tiring to fight for fame and fortune. It's more practical to be an unaffiliated person. By the way, Mr. Farrell, do you want to read my fortune? I haven't opened the market today, so I don't have enough money for dinner. How about buying a safety charm? Wealth is easy for you to get, Farrell said indifferently. It's enough for food and clothes. Momo smiled. Do you know when a moneymaker is the happiest? Farrell seemed to have entered Momo's rhythm, thinking for a while, when you make money. Momo smiled. When you count money, you don't need a lot. Just 3 to 5 bills will do. You just need to hold them in your hand and spit on your fingers. Then you count them one by one. Farrell kept silent for a while, walking out of Momo's rhythm, saying indifferently, Thank you for the charm. I'll pay you back. Concentration charm is not a high-grade product. Momo waved his hand. 30 yuan for one, just pay. Farrell didn't speak. He disappeared with a gust of wind. Momo sighed, saying helplessly, Whoring without paying is bad. Oh. The young heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain gazed at the stage inside the golden light wall, seeing a young man in an Yin-Yang Taoist robe. Behind the man in Yin-Yang Taoist robe, there was a huge shadow of a warrior's upper body. There were 3 beads in the man's hand. Interesting. The young heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain smiled. This should be the ghost-catching orthodoxy in Japan. Yin-Yang master, do you want to go down and test it out? 5 minutes was neither too long nor too short, especially when so many transcendents were squeezed together and fighting each other. It was too much for the eyes to take in. However, the golden light wall didn't intend to trap them completely. When a transcendent who stole 2 beads tried to leave, he really did pass through the golden light wall. But when he tried to return, he found that he could no longer enter the golden light wall. That was to say, he could leave at any time, but he couldn't enter again if he regretted. However, for those who had obtained 3 beads, it was meaningless to stay any longer. Instead, they had to risk their beads being snatched by others. Therefore, after the first 2 to 3 minutes of the chaotic battle, the extraordinary who had already obtained the pearl wisely chose to leave the stage. For them, even if they were challenged in the later stages of the competition, it was still better than being besieged by a group of people on stage. After 4 minutes and 30 seconds, all the beads in the Big Dipper had been snatched. Now, only dozens of transcendents who didn't get any beads were left on the stage, vexed. This time, the battle for the pearl was not a battle to the death. Everyone would not really fight to the death. However, it was inevitable that some of the transcendents would be injured during the battle. Fortunately, they were only lightly injured and did not affect the main event of the competition. 5 minutes had passed, and the golden light wall was shattered. Shinryu of Kelowna walked out, looking around at the crowd, saying indifferently, The competition will start in 10 minutes. Whoever wants to challenge, come on the stage. In the corner of the stands, Rikyuj suddenly waved her hand in front of Riaz as if nothing had happened. But in Riaz's vision, with the help of the collar, an arc-shaped light screen appeared in front of him. On the light screen, there were many avatars. With a closer look, he found that these avatars were the avatars of those who had obtained beads in the competition. The avatars were flashing with different colors. Look carefully. The green avatars are easy to deal with. The yellow ones require more attention. As for the red ones, you need to activate your blue blood to deal with them. What about the black ones? Riaz couldn't help but ask curiously. These red and yellow colors were actually the real-time results obtained through the collection of on-site data, which was then transmitted back to the White Tower in the underwater city. With the help of the White Tower's ability, the calculation was made. "If there is a black one, then I will go," Rikyuj said directly. Then she added, "But there's no need for that. We only need to take the 3 beads this time." "Then, should I go on stage and challenge a green one?" Riaz played with a bead in his hand and thought for a moment. This bead was given to him by the fire cloud evil god at the beginning of the competition. Rikyuj nodded and said, "Oh, these humans on the surface are all coy, waiting to take advantage of us. Just looking at them makes me angry. The strong will always be strong. Momentum is built step by step. There are so many green ones. Which one should I choose?" Riaz found it difficult to choose. Rikyuj rolled her eyes and suddenly reached out to grab Riaz by the back of his collar. Then she threw him out and said, "Choose blindly." He appeared, the first challenger, Prince Riaz of Underwater City. "Good job. I didn't expect that the first challenger would be a friend of our humans, a guest from the deep sea. It seems that the transcendents on the surface need to work hard. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that you are as nervous as I am. I wonder who this prince of Underwater City will challenge. Please pay attention to the QR code on the screen. Scan the code and enter the guessing activity area. Then you can choose the student you like, the strong person you like." In short, did they really treat this competition as a large-scale reality show?